still manned by 2 police PNP officers. In the conduct of the technical intelligence operation by the Philippine Army, some sort of incident happened such that Major Indamog actually ordered the team to go back to base. They said, well, in the statement he specifically said na malis na tayo, baka mabulabog pa tayo. With that order, the team went back to the direction of downtown Hulo, presumably to go back to Kuta Bautista. Pagkapunta nila doon, when passing the first checkpoint, bigla na lang po silang pinahinto, allegedly by members of the Philippine National Police. In that first checkpoint, we actually have 2 versions. In the version of the Philippine National Police, by the 3 members of the checkpoint personnel, they said na bigla pong lumapit itong si Patrolman Mandangan at sinabi sa kanya na may sisitahin kami jeep. This is the version of the PNP. May sisitahin kami jeep. Bigla, after a few seconds, dumating nga po itong Montero Sport na sinakyan ng ating mga biktima at pinatigil. Wrapping up, it only happened for about a minute. No rush up, no nothing. They were some sort of polite to each other. That's a version of the members of the Philippine National Police. Now, taking the statements of our witnesses, 3 for that area. Our first witness said that pagkahinto pa lang po ng Montero Sport nila, ay the members of the Philippine National Police were allegedly rushing them up already, pointing their long firearms at them, even shouting, baba kayong lahat dyan. One of the witnesses even said that nakita niya pa na nakasurround itong mga members ng Philippine National Police at narinig po niya na sinabi po ng Major Indamog at ni Corporal Asula na tropa. One of the members of the 9 ISU was also there at the time, even told the members of the Philippine National Police na, "Sir, tropa po ang mga yan." Despite of the identification made by the members of the Philippine Army, parang allegedly, Patrolman Mandangan was still, parang he was some sort of angry siguro kasi ang description ay mataas po ang kanyang boses na sinabi, baba. It was sort of like that. And then presumably the team leader of the Philippine National Police at the time, who was wearing a uniform and was described as slightly taller kay Major Indamog, said na doon na lang natin pag-usapan sa police station.
Excuse me.
Yes po.
Nung pinababa sila, bumaba ba sila sa sasakyan?
According to our witnesses, sir, the members of the Philippine Army indeed bumaba po. Ang sabi po ng isa po nating Muslim na witness, may-ari po ng JB store, who was, the store is actually just in front of the incident, sir.
Bumaba talaga?
Yes, sir, bumaba po sila.
Sino bumaba?
Major Indamog, Major Indamog, Captain Manigelod, and Corporal Asula, sir. Bumaba po sila. And then Major Indamog and Corporal Asula introduced themselves as members of the Philippine Army. Tropa.
Sandali ha?
Yes, sir.
Putuli mo na kita dyan. Sino team leader ninyo? Kayong Siam? Nung bumaba sila, your information was that armado sila. Nung bumaba sila, bakit hindi niyo dinisarmahan? Pumunta ka sa microphone. Saan po yung microphone para sa kanila? Sabihin mo yung pangalan mo.
Ako po si Police Senior Master Sergeant Abdul Simar Padjiri at designated bilang team leader po ng patrol sa Hulo Police Station po yung...
So, ang tanong ko sa iyo, nung bumaba yung dalawang onboard sa Montero, ang informasyon sa inyo is armado. Bakit hindi nyo kinapkapan? Hindi nyo dinisarmahan?
Ang nangyari po kasi, Your Honor, after namin kinausap yung tropa doon sa checkpoint na yun, parating na rin po yung Montero.
Okay.
Parating na po yung Montero.
Pakitanggal mo na yung shield mo para makapagsalita.
Okay.
Marinig ka. Yan.
So yun po nangyari, Your Honor. At pinarap po namin yung Montero at isa lang po yung bumaba, Your Honor. Yung
Tapos?
sa front seat.
Hindi po.
Kinausap po isa, Your Honor, sir. Pasensya na po sa abala. Pwede po makilala po kayo, sir. Sabi na, sir, pakilala pala sir, tropa. Kaya sabi ko, sir, pwede po mahingi yung ID niyo, sir. So hindi po nagbigay ng ID at bumaba siya. So ngayon, sir, nung kausap na si Mandangan, umikot na rin po ako puntang front seat at kinausap ko po yung bumaba sa front seat, sir. Kung maaari po, doon na lang po tayo mag-usap sa istasyon. At pwede
Ikaw ang kumausap?
sir, sir.
Tapos?
At pwede rin po sir sumakay kayo sa white car namin kung pwede. Sabi niya, ba't kami sasakay sa sakyan? Yung may sakyan kami. Sige po sir, walang problema po. Basta doon na lang po tayo mag-usap sa istasyon.
Okay. Sige, tama na. Attorney, please continue. I just would like to know kung for the record, kung ito bang mga siyam na suspect na policemen ay nag-submit sa inyo ng kanilang sworn statements?
On July 15, 2020, Your Honor, they actually proceeded to the National Bureau of Investigation to answer to our subpoena. However, Your Honor, they informed the office that they will not be providing countervailing affidavits to the Bureau. They will only be providing with the Department of Justice should we recommend for the filing of criminal charges against them.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Mr. Chair,
Yes?
Mr. Chair, follow-up question. Mr. Chair, since dinidinig po na po natin yung ulat ng National Bureau of Investigation, which I believe is of prime importance, at dahil tinatanong na rin natin yung mga resource persons, I understand, Mr. Chair, na mayroong pong CCTV video na pinapakita yung premises before and after the shooting. Actually, nakita ko na rin po yung ilan sa mga ito sa balita. Could I just ask the NBI resource person, attorney ma'am, have any of these CCTV videos been entered into evidence?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
The CCTV footages were actually submitted as annexes of our recommendation before the Department of Justice.
Thank you, attorney. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I-follow up ko na lang po ulit mamaya. Salamat po.
Yes, po.
See, just for clarification, Attorney Senator Riza, I think the CCTV footages that were available ay doon na yun sa shooting incident area, yung harapan ng Bureau of Fire Protection. Pero doon sa checkpoint number 2, kung saan doon sa bus-bus, meron ba tayong CCTV footage doon?
You're right, Mr. Chair. Wala rin po akong nakita sa balita. Ang nakita ko lang po ay before and after yung incident, dun na mismo sa premises, Mr. Chair.
For the record, wala ata doon sa bus-bus checkpoint. Kaya yung nakita natin doon ay mismo sa crime scene. Please continue.
That's right, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Again, Your Honor, contrary to the claim of the members of the Philippine National Police na isa lang po yung bumaba in the person Major Indamog and introduced himself as Tropa, we actually were able to take the statements of 3 witnesses who said that 3 members of the Philippine Army indeed disembarked from the vehicle and introduced themselves as members of the Philippine Army. Minutes later, after the conversation, yun nga po, Team Leader Padjeri said na doon na tayo mag-usap sa police station. But prior to that, sir, let it be noted that one of the witnesses actually said na, Sir, tropa po yan. However, a member of the Philippine National Police said, umalis ka dyan. That's according to the sworn statement of our witness. Sumunod po nun ay dumiretso na po ang ating Montero Sport toward the direction of downtown Hulo, followed by the back-to-back na patrol car ng ating mga police. At sumunod din po ang ating 2 witnesses doon na nakamotorsiklo.
Dali, attorney, ha?
Yes.
Para tuloy-tuloy tayo. Check ko lang muna. Sino yung sinabihan na umalis ka dyan? Is that Asula or si Kwan?
Good sir, ma'am. Ako po sir.
Sino ka?
Kuwal ka sir.
Ha?
Kuwal po sir.
Yung pangalan mo?
Kural si Mar sir.
Dimak?
Si Mar po sir.
Again, hindi ko marinig.
Si Mar po sir, si Mar.
Sima.
Yes sir.
Yung salasain yan.
Yes sir.
Okay. Yung salasain, maturo mo ba sa sino sa kanila, sa siyam yung nagsabi umalis ka dyan? O ibang pulis yun?
Hindi ko po masyadong makuha sir kasi nakamas po sir. Pero
Kasama sa siyam? Hindi.
kasama po, hindi ko lang po makuha sir kung
Galing sa patrol car?
nasa patrol car po mismo sir.
Sa patrol car mismo nakasakay?
Yes sir.
Hindi yung detail doon sa bus-bus sa checkpoint? May tatlo doon di ba? May tatlo. Si Eva, saka Jim Lani, at saka yung isa. Hindi isa doon na nagsabi sa'yo. Isa sa siyam na nakasakay sa patrol car.
Yes sir.
Okay, thank you. Please, attorney, please continue.
So yun nga po, Sport toward the direction of downtown Hulo, sinundan ng back-to-back patrol car at ng dalawang nakamotor nating witnesses. Pagdating po doon sa Hulo MPS area, nag-left turn, nag-maneuver ang back-to-back car papunta sa habang ang ating Montero Sport naman po ay dumiretso. At naghuminto po doon po sa tapat ng isang coffee shop just across the Bureau of Fire Protection. According to our witnesses, Montero was at a normal speed and stopped at the yun nga po, front po ng coffee shop. Ang atin namang back-to-back police car, presumably nang makita na hindi naman huminto ang ating Montero Sport doon sa Hulo MPS, revved up. Ang description po ng ating witness ay medyo mabilis po ang takbo ng ating patrol car, kaya po sila nabigla because our witnesses were actually standing in front of a store just across Hulo MPS at nakita po nila na medyo mabilis nga po ang takbo na parang may hinahabol. That's the description of our witnesses.
Thank you, attorney. Salasain, kayong dalawa lang ang buhay. Patay naman yung apat. So kayo lang dalawa talaga ang nakakaalam bakit hindi tumuloy sa police station yung Pajero ay yung Montero. Bakit doon sa harapan ng fire station naghinto? Tanungin kita. Alam ba ng mga opisyal mo na kung saan yung location ng police station? Hindi.
Hindi ko lang makuha po sir. Hindi ko lang masabi sir kung alam nila sir. Huminto po sir doon sa may unahan, bandang una.
Yes, ma-erase na natin yung posibilidad na gusto nilang sumibat dahil hindi man sila tuloy-tuloy, huminto man sila. Ang iniisip ko lang kung alam ba nila ang police station kung nasaan, bakit sinabihan sila ng police na sa police station tayo, imbitahan ko kayo, bakit hindi sumama sa police station, doon pumunta sa unahan. Pero nag-park din sila, di ba? Hindi naman tuloy-tuloy, huminto.
Yes sir.
Pero I'm sure, meron kayong radyo, nag-uusap kayo. Hindi mo sinabihan, sir, dito ang police station, bakit doon kayo sa unahan? Wala kayong komunikasyon?
Yung tayo na yan sir, hindi na sila nakapag-radio sir. Nakakita ko, huminto na lang sir.
Hindi mo sinabihan, sir, police station tayo pupunta dahil inibitahan tayo doon ng police. Wala.
Wala sir.
Okay. Please, continue, attorney.
Tapos po, huminto na po ang ating Montero Sport at sumunod din po ang ating patrol car sa likod po na huminto, just barely a meter apart according to the description of our witnesses. So sa likod po ng Montero. According po sa ating mga witnesses, nauna pong bumaba mula sa front passenger seat si Major Indamog at tumayo po doon sa likod, right side ng ating Montero bago po bumaba ang ating mga membro ng pulisya. Matapos pong bumaba si Major Indamog ay bumaba din po ang 4 na miyembro ng Philippine National Police mula po sa right part ng back-to-back patrol car, already pointing their firearms at Major Indamog and the Montero Sport. Si Major Indamog naman po at the time ay tinaas po ang kanyang dalawang kamay at sabi po ng ating witnesses ay tinaas din po ang kanyang t-shirt of the impression na pinapakita na wala namang nakatak or anything na sa kanyang bewang na siguro po weapon. Ganun po ang impression ng ating witnesses.
Thank you, Atty. Sinong nakasakay sa harapan ng jeep, patrol car? Ikaw team leader, di ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
So kitang-kita mo doon pagbaba ni Indamog kasi harapan mo eh.
Sir, ang nangyari po kasi, pagdating niya po, i-explain ko lang po, sir.
Sige.
Nung nagabulan po kami, sir, napahinto po sila, sir, dahil po sa may tricycle na papasok ng land bank. So napatabi po yung Montero. At the same time, mayroon po motor ng tropa na nakaharang, kaya po sila nakahinto. So ngayon, sir, paglapit ng white car namin, bumaba po ako, sir, kasama yung nasa likod kong tropa, at pinuntahan ko po yung front seat, kinatok ko po ulit. Sir, usap po tayo. So it takes time bago po binuksan yung binta ng sasakyan po, Your Honor. So pagkabukas bigla po ng sasakyan, napatras po ako, Your Honor. Yun na, dala na yung baril niya. At nakaharap na yung dalawang baka po sa likod. Yun, nagkaputukan na.
Dala niya baril niya. Ano yung sabihin baril?
May dala po siyang baril nung bumaba siya ng sasakyan po, Your Honor.
Anong baril? Anong baril?
Parang Bushmaster po, Your Honor.
Ito klaruhin ko sa iyo pag nag-lie ka dito, you are liable for
Copy ko, Your Honor.
pwede kita i-contempt.
Copy ko po, Your
So
Honor.
magsabi ka na totoo.
Of course, Your Honor.
So nagsabi yung merong 4 na witness doon sa Johnson Gasol. Mga trabahante doon nakakita. Nakitang-kita nila pagbaba, nag-surrender ganon, tapos inangat pa yung t-shirt na pinakita na walang baril siyang dala. So ngayon, you are claiming otherwise na may hawak siyang baril.
Yes, Your Honor.
Paano niya hinawakan ng baril? Pagbaba, i-demonstrate mo sa akin.
Yung nga, sir, pag biglang bukas ng pintuan ng Montero niya, paglabas po, pagtangil na, yung dalawang tropa ko po yung nakita ni Your Honor. Kasi ako natakpan na ako ng bintana ng sasakyan niya, sir. Yan, napatras na ako. So yung nakaharap, yung dalawang sa likod ko, Your Honor.
Sino? Sino yung dalawa?
Si Mandangan at saka si Anjaro din po, Your Honor.
Ito na, pasensya ka na. I-diretsuhin ko na lang ha. Ituloy-tuloy na sa'yo. Para continuous yung ating train of thought dito. Sino una nagpaputok?
Yun ang hindi ko na ma-identify, Your Honor, kasi nagkaputukan na po eh.
Hindi, ikaw na sa harapan, ikaw team leader. You must be responsible doon sa area of operation mo. Ikaw team leader.
Copy, Your Honor. Pero
Kung wala kang control sa mga tao mo, kaya hindi mo malaman kung sino nag-una nagpaputok.
Your Honor, dahil po sa sitwasyon na po yun, medyo alanganin. Hindi ko na po ma-identify kung saan yung putok kasi napatras na po ko yung paglabas po niya, napatras ako. At the same time,
Sabi mo, ikaw ang naunang lumapit.
oh, sir,
O kinatok mo pa si Major Indamog.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nag-usap tayo.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, lumabas siya, hindi.
Lumabas siya, pero after mga ilang...
Paglabas, sandali, maghintay ka.
Oh, sir.
Paglabas niya, nakita mo mabitbit siyang baril.
Opo, Your Honor.
Tapos nakita mo may baril siya, anong ginawa mo?
Wala, napatras na ako, sir, Your Honor. Bukas pa nga niya, paglabas, biglaan na po kasi yun, Your Honor.
Atras ka?
Napatras po ako, Your Honor, kasi binukas ni bigla yung pintuan ng Montero niya po, Your Honor. So napatras po ako kasi sa pintuan na ako gumatok ng sakyan niya po, Your Honor.
May baril?
Yes, sir, may dala na po siyang baril pagbaba niya.
Bakit hindi mo nalang binaril? Kasi nakita mo may baril.
Hindi ako natakpan nga kami ng Your Honor, yung pintuan ng sakyan. Yung nakaharap, yung
pintuan?
dalawang...
Yung rear na pintuan, ibig kong sabihin?
Yung pintuan
Si
sa
Major
unang...
Indamog nakasakay sa harapan.
Siya yung lumabas po, Your Honor.
Yung pintuan sa likod.
Sa unahan po, Your Honor.
Dito,
Transit, Your Honor.
transit, dito ka nag-approach from the likod, di ba?
Sa likod,
Bumaba
Your
ka
Honor.
sa patrol car mo,
Yes, Your Honor.
kinatok mo siya, pag-open niya,
Napatras na po ako, Your Honor.
na-atras ka dahil may purtahan.
Binuksan yung sasakyan.
Saan ang galing ang unang putok?
Mr. Chair,
Yes?
Mr. Chair, related question, follow-up dun sa, actually more of point of information, Mr. Chair, kaugnay ng sinasabi ni PSMS Pajiri. If I may, Mr. Chair.
Ah,
Salamat kayo. I have information, Mr. Chair, which I will ask the NBI to corroborate na where is this, Mr. Chair? The firearms and cross-matching examinations showed that all 32 caliber 5.56 millimeters and 4 caliber 9 millimeter cartridges recovered from the scene of the crime matched with the firearms of the PNP personnel. None matched with the firearms of the victims. Point of information, Mr. Chair, na itatanong ko mamaya sa NBI, i-corroborate kung tama po ba ito or mali. Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair.
thank you, Senator Risa. Balik ako sa iyo. Hindi mo alam kung saan nanggaling yung first na putok? Itong nasa harapan?
Your Honor, basta yung nakita ko po to, silang dalawa na po nagkabarilan. Kasi yung sa akin po, nung pagkalabas niya, putukan na ako. Ang yung posisyon ko po, sa harap na ng Montero, baka po mayroong pang lalabas.
Ganito ha, laruin kita.
Sige po, Your Honor.
According to eyewitness accounts, yung 4 na trabahante ng Johnson sa Gasol, si Mandangan, sino Mandangan dito? Ikaw yung naka-t-shirt ng puti. Ikaw yung taga-PDEO. Okay. Ang unang lumapit doon kay Indamog, nakagano si Indamog, hindi niya binaril si Indamog. Dumiritso siya doon sa pintuan ng backseat ng Montero, inopen daw niya. Ang open niya, pinutukan niya yung nasa loob, presumably yon si Captain Managilod. Nung pinutukan na niya si Managilod, merong isang nakapixelize na nakaposting doon, na nakatuto kay Indamog. Pagkatapos pinutukan ni Mandangan yung tao sa loob ng Montero, pumutok na rin ito nakatutok kay Indamog, tumbas Indamog. Pagtumba ni Indamog, Mandangan, sa Bisaya pa, gitiwasan mo pa daw. Yung pinalo-up share mo habang nakatumba na, kaya may mga tama sa likod si Indamog, binaril mo pa habang nakatumba na. Yeah, Mandangan, magtayo ka dyan, palit ka dyan, palitan mo na kayo puan. Now, I would like to, ito ha, in fairness sa inyo, mga akusado na kayo, may kaso kayo sa NBI, gusto ko lang rin marinig yung side ninyo. This is your opportunity to also to give your side. Huwag kayong magtago ng katotohanan. Magsalita kayo. Hindi kayo nagbigay ng side niyo sa NBI, so I think magsabi kayo anong side niyo para malaman natin yung katotohanan. Sige, Mandangan, ikaw yung nakaputi.
Opo, Your Honor.
Ikaw yung nakaputi, ikaw ang unang pumasok doon sa Montero. Ikaw yung pumutok doon sa loob ng Montero. Kasi gusto natin malaman ngayon what prompted or bakit nagkaputukan. Yan ang tanong natin ngayon para po policy amendments or what. Nagawa tayo ng pulisya, bakit nagkaputukan? Totoo ba yung sabi ng witness na inopen mo ang pintuan tapos pinutukan yung sa loob? Sige,
Hindi,
go
Your
ahead.
Honor.
Ha?
Kasi paglabas ni Major Lindamog, Your Honor, may bitbit siyang baril.
Tapos,
pag
anong baril?
yung impor, Your Honor,
Impor. Sige, go
Oo.
ahead.
tapos, Your Honor, pagbaba niya may bitbit baril, nabulaga siya sa akin, Your Honor, doon ako sa tapat niya.
Okay.
Yung pag-angat na yung baril na, Your Honor, yun, nagkaputukan na.
Sinong unang pumutok?
Hindi ko na ma-tansap, Your Honor.
Pero ikaw, pumutok ka.
Opo, Your Honor.
Sinong pinutukan mo?
Si Major Lindamog, Your Honor.
Major Indamog. So, ibig sabihin, ang pinakaunang putok, umama kay Major Indamog as far as you're concerned. Siya ang unang binaril ninyo. Hindi yung nasa loob ng Montero.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, right.
Mr. Chairman, related question po no sa tanong ng chair. I'm really sad to hear Patrolman Mandangan supporting yung sinabi kanina ni PSMS Pajiri. Dahil dito sa information na natanggap ko, nakasulat din po na Major Indamog was unarmed as testified by the witnesses, at itatanong ko rin po mamaya sa NBI na i-corroborate kung tama or mali itong impormasyon ko. And just one last follow-up question, Mr. Chair, kay Patrolman Mandangan. Sabi po nila, Mr. Chair, sila daw yung naka-t-shirt na puti. Sinabi din po ng chair yan kanina. Yun po ba yung napapanood natin sa ilang mga media videos, Mr. Chair, na nakaputi at naka-vest din? So naka-black vest sa ibabaw ng puting t-shirt. Siya po ba yon, Mr. Chair, si Patrolman Mandangan?
Patrolman Mandangan, ikaw yun.
Opo, Your Honor.
Okay, siya daw, Senator.
Salamat tayo, Mr. Chair. I-follow up ko yun mamaya. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, laruin natin, ang unang naputukan si Major Indamog.
Kasi, Your Honor, hindi ko na kung sino ang nakauna nagpaputok sa amin, Your Honor.
Pero ikaw unang pumutok. Pero bulaga mo kaya sa Major Indamog, paglabas may dalang baril, nasa harapan ka na o nasa gilid ka, harapan. Saan ang posisyon mo?
Sa gilid, Your Honor.
Gilid. So pinutukan mo si Major Indamog.
Basta pag-angat na, Your Honor, yung baril niya, Your Honor, yun, nagkaputukan na. Kasi, Your Honor, experience ko na, Your Honor. Yung CEO ko dati, Your Honor, namatay, si Lieutenant Salim. Ako yung wounded, Your Honor. Kaya, yun lang, Your Honor. Isa lang ang buhay ko.
Sige, okay. Thank you. Balikan kita mamaya. Crime Lab. Yung Crime Lab dito? Crime Lab. Ito ngayon, Crime Lab. Nakakuha na ba yan, yung Crime Lab? Secretariat, please.
Police Brigadier General Rolando Hinanay, sir, the Director of Crime Lab.
Sir, please answer me. Please, do you solemnly swear to say the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this investigation, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please take your seat.
Si Indamog, nagsabi na ngayon, Patrolman Indamog, na pumutok siya. In fact, doon sa mga shells na recover, siya ang pinakamaraming pinutok doon. 21 spent cartridges na nag-cross match doon sa baril ni Patrolman Indamog.
Mandangan, sir.
Mandangan.
Yes, sir.
Nag-cross match doon. Positive yun. So, inamin rin niya nga, nagpaputok siya. I am wondering why, bakit doon sa inyong nitrates sa report ninyo sa gunpowder residue, nitrates sa gunpowder nitrates residue, negative si Mandangan. Wala. So, ibig sabihin, hindi siya pumutok doon sa report ninyo. Paano nangyari yun?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, sir, tinanong ko rin yan sa mga chemist namin. Ang explanation, sir, ang paraffin test or yung gunpowder test natin, sir, residue test, is inconclusive, sir. Ibig sabihin, sir, hindi siya conclusive.
evidence, even the court, ano sir, alam niya na hindi siya conclusive. Because there are several reasons, sir, kung bakit ang maaaring isa nagpaputok, mag-test siya as negative.
Yes, alam ko yan. Kasi kaya lang nagtaka ako, dalawa sila eh.
Yes,
Pati
sir.
si Sulsulan. Sulsulan, maraming may bala doon na nagkukrusmat sa kanyang baril.
Yes, sir.
Pero si Sulsulan, negative sa powder nitrates.
That's
Paano
right, sir.
nangyari yun?
Again, sir, as I earlier said, sir, there are several reasons, sir, kung bakit pwedeng maging negative, sir, yung paraffin test. Among the reasons,
Dito
sir,
lang.
sir,
Ano yung time na nag-lapse bago ninyo sila kinadakan ng paraffin test?
during that day din, sir, yung June 29, sir.
29 mismo.
Yes, sir.
Hapon? Gabi?
Gabi na, sir. Gabi na, sir. Ating gabi na. Tapos both yung paraffin casting sa kanila, sir, pati yung sa mga baril ng mga pulis, sir.
Okay, thank you. Salamat. Attorney Sulaika, please continue.
Ayon po sa ating witnesses, Your Honor, na kayo po nang sabi ninyo na taga Johnson's Gasol, ay nauna pong bumaba si Major Indamog, itanaas ang kanyang kamay, pati din po ang kanyang t-shirt, presumably nga po in the act of surrender. Parang ganun po ang impression ng ginawa niya sa ating mga witnesses. Gayun pa man, bumaba po yung 4 na miyembro ng Philippine National Police. Ito nga po si Patrolman Mandangan, who identified himself earlier as the one wearing white shirt with vest. Nauna po siyang tinutukan niya si Major Indamog pero hindi po niya binaril ito. Nag-proceed po siya sa middle door ng right side ng Montero, yung sa likod po ng front passenger seat. He opened the door and then fired shots inside. Sa punto pong iyon, ang nasa loob po ng ating vehicle ay sila Captain Managelod, Sergeant Velasco at si Corporal Asula na nasa driver's seat. Ang dito po sa right side, sa back door, ay si Captain Managelod po at sa katabi niya sa left side ay si Sergeant Velasco. Matapos pong magpaputok ni Patrolman Mandangan, nakita po ng ating mga witnesses na si Major Indamog, who was then facing the coffee shop, kasi according po sa ating mga witnesses, may nakatayo po doon na nakapixelized uniform.
Attorney,
Yes, sir.
sino yung nakapixelize doon na nandun sa side, sa inyo? Ma-recall ba niyo yung positioning ninyo? Sino yung nasa gilid ni Mandamog? Ano yung Damog? Major Indamog? Sino sa inyo? Hindi niyo ma-recall kung sino sa inyo? Sige. Hindi niyo, attorney.
Ang position po niyan at the time ay nasa likod na po ng Montero Sport natin si Major Indamog. On his left side, he was actually facing toward the direction of the coffee shop. So, ang direction po niya, ang position po niya sa ating 4 na witnesses, ay profile niya yung nakikita. Kasi he was already facing the person, member of the police, Philippine National Police na naka-pixelized uniform. Nung marinig po niya yung putok, he started to look at his turn left side. Pero nung magsimula po siyang mag-turn, still raising his arms, sinimula na po siyang barilin. Based sa investigasyon na ginawa ng Bureau, pati na din po ng aming forensic, our first impression was that the first shot was made sa right hand, dito po sa parte ng katawan ni Major Indamog. At dahil po siguro sa lakas ng impact ay parang he turned sa right side niya, yung pa-slump.
Pero, attorney,
Yes, sir.
do we have the same impression na based doon sa eyewitness accounts?
Yes, sir.
Hindi yun ang unang putok. Ang unang putok doon sa loob, pinutukan mo na yung sa loob ng sasakyan, then succeeding na lang yung kay Major Indamog, sabi from the side, yung nakapixelize, na sabi ng witness, totoo ba yun?
Our witnesses were very consistent with their statement that the first shots were fired toward the interior of the Montero Sport, Your Honor. Precisely why Major Indamog turned to his left to to check on what happened, but then he was also fired shots upon.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, nami-misteryosohan ako. Kanina, may binanggit nga ang chair na pixelized. And ngayon sinasabi din ni Ma'am Attorney sa NBI, and nakikita ko rin sa information ko, meron ngang police officer wearing or in a pixelized uniform. Anong ibig sabihin nun? Bakit ho siya pixelized?
Kuwan yan.
Ibig sabihin pixelized sa videos.
That's technical term ng description ng uniform. Pixelized yung kanya pagka-camouflage.
Alright, camouflage.
So, yung army nga pixelized video rin. Yung
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pero nag-differentiate lang yan sa tone of color.
Yes. So gusto ko Opo. So gusto kong i-follow up yung question ng chair. Sino yung PNP police officer wearing a pixelized uniform? Andyan po ba siya ngayon kasama nung siyam na recommended for prosecution, Mr. Chair? Sabi po kasi ni Patrolman Mandangan, sila daw yung naka-t-shirt na puti. So, si police officer wearing a pixelized uniform, iisa po ba siya sa 8 pa na nandyan ngayon na recommended ng NBI for prosecution, Mr. Chair? And then could I also ask the NBI attorney? Okay.
I would like to ask the team leader. Team leader, kilala mo yun? Sino nakapixelize sa kilid? Humarap kay Major Indamog?
And after PSMS Pajiri replies, Mr. Chair, tanungin ko na rin kay Ma'am Attorney ng NBI, yung kasi naiipon na yung 3 tanong ko na gusto kong itanong sa kanila para lang to get it out of the way for the benefit of the committee.
Sige, pasagutin muna natin si...
Yes, salamat kayo, Mr. Chair.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
yung naka-uniforme ng pixelized po ay yung mga tropa ko sa patrol. Kami po sa patrol.
So for the record, 6 kayo na nakapixelize.
Naka-pixelized po, Your Honor.
3 naka-civilian.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sino naka-civilian?
Si Patrol Mandangan,
Pandangan, tama yung pandangan. Sige, next. Sino pa?
si Patrolman Putalan,
Putalan,
at si Adjarudin po, Your Honor.
Adjarudin.
Mr. Chair, follow-up question po. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sandali lang, Senator Risa. I will...
Tama.
Sandali lang.
Mhm.
Ikaw ang team leader doon, di ba?
Yes, Your
Ng
Honor.
police station.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anong suot ni Mandangan?
Yung naka-white shirt at the same time naka-base po, Your Honor.
Na naka-short pan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Naka-short pan ka, Mandangan?
Jogging pants, Your Honor.
Jogging pants. Yung hapa. Si suot ni... Sino ito? Si
Adjarudin, Your Honor.
Adjarudin. Suot mo. T-shirt ko na. Dark brown. Short pan. Pantalon. Ikaw. T-shirt na blue. Naka-vest ka. Ikaw, Adjarudin, naka-vest ka rin. Ha? Pouch. Ikaw, naka-short ka. Okay. I-play mo nga yung video. Paki-play sa video. Thank you. Please take your seat. Paki-play ng video.
Sa CCTV video na nakuha ng GMA News, makikita ang SUV ng mga napatay na sundalo na binubundutan ng mobile ng PNP noong hapon ng Lunes. Papunta na noon dapat sa Colon Police Station ng mga sundalo matapos itahin ng mga pulis. Dakong 2:23 PM sa oras ng CCTV, makikita ang SUV at police SUV.
Sa police station, Dumerso. Dito sa unahan.
Mobile. Colon Police. Ang pulis pasinahin siya ng at Sa isa pang anggulo, makikita naman ang SUV na pumarada ilang metro mula sa police station pero lagpas na sa frame ng camera kaya hindi na makikita. Maya-maya, makikita na ang police mobile na humabol sa SUV. 2:24 PM, makikitang nagbabaan sa police mobile ang mga pulis, bit-bit ang mahahabang armas. Ilang segundo makalipas, mapapansin unti-unti wala ang dati.
Bumaba dito sa left side. Sino yung bumaba? Tatlo bumaba sa left side. Identify mo nga, Kiri, Kwan, team leader. Paki-identify sino yung tatlong bumaba sa left side.
Si Master Sergeant Your Honor. Yung driver na si Sapal at saka si Muhammad Nur Pasani saka si Patluman Itaki, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sa kabila, sino nakasakay sa right side? Please, stick down. Sino nakasakay sa kabilang side?
So ako po yung sa front seat. Si Mandangan yung sa likod ko po. At yung sumunod, si Adjaruddin po yung Honor. At saka si Bukanan po yung Honor.
So tatlo kayo doon sa kabilang side. Thank you. Please continue. Yung video.
Ilang segundo makalipas, mapapansin unti-unting mawawala ang daloy ng trapiko sa kalsada. Nawala ang mga tao at nagtakbuhan ng ilang aso. 2:25 PM, mawawala sa kamera ang mga pulis. Pagkatapos ng ilang segundo, muli sila makikita at sa puntong ito'y pupwesto sa ibang bahagi ng kalsada. Bit-bit ang kanilang mga armas. Maya-maya, mag-U-turn ang mobil at mabilis na aalis pero paparada muli sa harap ng police station. Ang ibang mga pulis babalik sa pwesto ng mga sundalo sa labas ng frame ng kamera. Halos 3 minutong palakad-lakad ang mga pulis bago lumayo. Ang CCTV na ito kasama sa mga ebidensyang tinitingnan lang ngayon ng NBI na siyang
Yan, folks. Yung portion na yan, si Major Endamog nakadapa. Di ba, aminado tayo doon, kinuha ng sundalo yung opas at Tintaguri. Yung long na firearm ni Major Endamog na nakita nyo dyan, sinong nagtanggal mo?
Good morning, Your Honor. Ang nakakuha ko ng firearms ni Major, yung firearms na nandun sa tapat ni Major Endamog is Corporal Salasain. Actually po, Your Honor, nagpaalam po sa akin kung pwede niyang kunin yung firearms doon kasi ang una po, Your Honor, hindi ko talaga alam po na PNP yung pumaslang doon sa mga kasamahan namin, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ito, for the record, yung state kung categorically, kung nilagay ba niya yung firearm na yan dyan kay Major Endamog o hindi?
Negative po, sir. Your Honor.
Negative ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi niyo pinlant yan dyan?
Negative yun. Wala po kaming capacity para gawin yun, Your Honor.
Kasi ito, tingnan mo, kung bumaba siya, napulabog ka, kapag ka sa pinto, may dala siyang armas, so naputukan na kaagad, bakit nag-abot siya ng kanyang distance? Gumapang pa siya nung may tama na siya?
Negative, sir. Si Patlo Mamandangan na po makasagot niyo po yun.
Undangan, sagutin mo. Bakit umabot pa siya ng ganyang distance from sa likod ng puntero kung pagbaba pa lang niya na may armas na, pinutukan mo na kaagad, paano siya nakarating dyan?
Your Honor, pagkaputukan na po, Your Honor, nakalakad po papunta sa likod ng sasakyan. May body po doon si Hajaruddin. Yun, nabaril na naman sa Your Honor.
Nabaril siya ni Hajaruddin?
Opo, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, dagdag lang sa point of information ko kanina, yung dito sa information ko na Major Endamog was unarmed. Nagpapatuloy po ito para sabihin, in addition, the rifle seen in his left arm at the crime scene could not have been used by him because Major Endamog was right-handed. point of information po, Mr. Chair.
Ako, Senator Risa, ito naman may honest opinion just in case bakit ganon kaliwang kamay. Kasi ako naman, regardless kung nilagay yan dyan o hindi, ang akin lang is tinatanong natin bakit nasa kaliwang kamay. Pag maghawak ka ng rifle, yung kaliwa mo nandito sa handguard, yung kanan mo nasa trigger kung right-handed ka. So pag putok, kung tatamaan ka, pwede mo mabitawan yung trigger, itong left hand mo nakahawak sa handguard ng rifle, pwede mo ganun, mahawakan na kaliwa ang may hawak. Yan yung pagtingin ko that's my honest opinion. Kasi kung pistol yan, questionable kung pistol, dahil pistol, right hand, the strong hand, palagi may hawak na trigger. Pag natungkol ka, dapat nandito sa right hand mo yung baril. Pero pag rifle, pwede sa right hand, pwede sa left hand, dahil dalawang kamay ang may hawak niyan eh. Yan ang aking opinion dyan.
Point well taken, Mr. Chairman. Of course, andito rin po sa information ko na gunpowder nitrates examinations on the left and right hands of Major Indamog, Captain Managelot, Sergeant Velasco, and Corporal Asula rendered negative results as to the presence of gunpowder nitrate. So additional point of information, Mr. Chairman. At itatanong ko rin po sa NBI ngayon, as soon as the Chairman allows, para i-confirm or...
It was corroborated by Mandangan na hindi pa nakaputok sa injito. Angat pa lang yung baril daw niya. So ibig sabihin, negative talaga. Hindi, walang nitrates. Yan naman din ang result. Negative. Pero yun nga lang, as to whether pinlant yung rifle ni Major Indamo o hindi, conflicting statement sila. So doon na yan natin malaman sa korte. But mabigat yung statement ng 4 na witnesses gumanon doon talaga, walang dalang armas. But anyway, you maintain your position. Kung yan talagang nakita niyo, go ahead, bahala kayo sa kuha niyo, sa statement niyo. But ang amin lang dito is makuha natin yung katotohanan. Alam naman ninyo na gusto natin malaman kung ano talaga totoo. Ha? Thank you. Ma'am, do you still continue?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Opo, if I may, complimentary po dun sa ipinakitang news report. Just for purposes of further clarity, Mr. Chair, meron din po akong kinalap ng mga videos. Meron ng consolidated 20-minute video nakita ko sa media. Kinompress ko lang kahit sa 6 minutes na pinapakita yung events just before and just after yung shooting incident. Kung pwede kong ipa-play po, Mr. Chair, dito sa hearing, kasi salamat kayo, kasi may follow-up question ako kaugnay nung si Patrolman Mandangan na in-identify nga na sila yung naka-t-shirt na puti. So paki-play yung pinapayagan ni Chair, yung video. So, halos pareho po, Mr. Chair, sa ipinakita kanina mula sa balita. So, sa understanding ko, ito yung police mobile na sumunod dun sa Montero. And then in reply sa chair kanina, in-identify itong tatlong bumaba na sina Pajiri, Sapal, at saka Andaki. So tatlo po sa siyam.
Si Pajiri doon sa harapan.
Si Pajiri, sila yung PSMS Pajiri na team leader.
Yeah.
Opo.
Ito, paki-playback konti. Kasi ito isa, pwede paki-playback.
Paki-playback on.
Stop, pause.
Pause muna please.
Balik mo konti lang, rewind konti.
Rewind ko please.
Sige, play.
Okay, paki-forward. Play. Ito yung sinabi ng GMA7 na pati yung mga aso nagtakbuhan na.
Pause.
Paki-pause.
Lumampas na naman ulit. Paki-rewind.
Rewind ulit.
Yan, pause.
Okay, pause please.
Pause. Mandangan. Ikaw yung nakaputi, di ba? Mandangan, balik ka doon.
Okay.
Yan, ikaw yung nakaputi. Yan, no?
Opo, Your Honor.
Okay. Sabi mo, doon ka opo sa right side. Bakit upot ka na dyan? Tapos na bang putukan yan? Yung pag-ikot mo na yan? Yan.
Gusto po, Your Honor, yung putukan.
Umikot ka.
Oo, umikot ako, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, tuloy lang please.
Tuloy. Please, Atty. Sulaika, continue.
Mr. Chair, patapusin ko lang po yung pag-play nitong video.
Okay, sige.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. 6 minutes lang po or less na by now. So ito po, Mr. Chair, yung naka-shorts.
Yan, naka-short na yan, na naka-blue, that is Patrolman. Okay. O yun. Tapos, pakipot lang na, Senator Risa.
Yes, boss.
Police na yung mga taga-police station, team leader, kasama kayo doon umalis. Yung patrol car umalis. Sumama ka rin doon pag alis. So, andyan lang kayo. Senator Risa, okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay lang maputol-putol muna para tuloy-tuloy yung tanong natin.
Okay lang, Mr. Chair, kasi anyway, after yung tanong ni Chair, ilang minuto na lang itong video ko.
Okay. Matanong kita, pagdating nung first responder ng Army, nasaan kayo?
Nasa perimeter po, Your Honor, sa tapat ng istasyon po, Your Honor.
Eh sabi ng Army, wala silang makita ang pulis doon eh. Iniwan ninyo yung crime scene.
Your Honor, nasa perimeter po kami. At the same time, ako po nakaharap ni Captain Tagorio nung dumating po siya.
Tagore, can you confirm this? Nandun siya?
Your Honor, nandun po sila sa harap ng istasyon, Your Honor. Kasi pagdating po namin, Your Honor, dumiretso muna ako doon sa may tapat ng police station. Nilampasan ko po muna yung sasakyan, Your Honor. Although na-identify ko na po ng mga kasamahan ko po yung mga nakabulagta doon. So nagtanong po ako, Your Honor. Sabi ko po sa kanila, asan na yung mga ESG na bumanat doon sa kalaban, ay doon sa kasamahan ko. Sabi ko, Your Honor. Ang sagot po nila sa akin, Your Honor, intausog. Ang sabi po nila, why na, nakaliyo na. Ibig po sabihin nun, Your Honor, is nakatakbo na yung mga bumanat doon sa...
Sino sumagot sa'yo nun?
Hindi ko na po ma-remember, Your Honor. It's because yung mga nandun po doon is mga... Basta PNP po yung mga nandun po nung oras na yun, Your Honor.
Okay. Pagdating mo doon sa crime scene,
That's the time po, Your Honor, bumalik po ako sa sasakyan na ginagamit namin, Your Honor. And then bumalik po ako doon sa sasakyan. And then that's the time po, Your Honor, na sinerch ko po yung tindahan. Kung makikita nyo po sa video, ako po yung unang sinerch ko po yung paligid nung sasakyan, yung mga nasa tindahan po, Your Honor. It's because ang alam ko po talaga ang nasa isip ko po talaga, Your Honor, is ESG po yung bumanat. And then, so, yun na po, Your Honor, yung nangyari.
thank you.
Maraming salamat,
Please,
Your Honor.
Senator Risa, please continue the video.
Yung audio. Saan yung audio option ko dito para makasalita ako? Saan yung mic ko?
Kailangan ko lang po i-usap.
Ibalik. Nasaan yung mic option ko para makasalita ako?
Kasi, kailangan ko pong buksan yung message.
Yung?
Okay, Senator Risa.
No. Nasaan yung mic option ko? Yung audio?
Mga boss, ito kailangan natin.
Sige, go. Yung mic. Yung mic.
Senator Risa, you are, ano sa English yung narinig? Loud and clear.
Okay.
Rinig ka.
Okay. Mr. Chair. Okay. Salamat kayo. Akala ko na wala ako sa audio. Mr. Chair, gusto kong mag-rewind din dun sa kung saan tayo nag-pause on the instructions of the chair. Tapos ituloy yung video. Kasi meron akong, gaya ng sinabi ko kanina, follow-up question kay Patrolman Mandangan, yung naka-t-shirt na puti.
Sige, please play the video.
Kasi sabi nga ni Patrolman Mandangan, sila yung naka-t-shirt na puti. Sabi din ni Team Leader PSMS Pajiri, yung ibang mga kasama sa Siyam ay naka-pixelized uniform. So ito na ba yun? Yung kung saan tayo nag-pause kanina? Okay. So dito tayo nag-pause kanina, Mr. Chair, tapos dito tayo nag-resume. Gusto kong tanungin si Patrolman Mandangan, sila yung nakaputi, naka-vest, tapos parang nag-i-instruct sa mga tao. Sino yung isa pang yung tao na nakapula? Kasama ba sa Siyam yun? PNP ba siya? Or civilian ba siya? Sino siya, Mr. Chair?
Patrolman Mandangan, sino yung nakapula?
Honor, yung intel namin, Your Honor, si Susulan. Tropa namin, Your Honor.
Susulan.
Police,
Your Honor.
siya po si Police Staff Sergeant Iskandar Susulan.
Opo, Your Honor.
So isa po siya sa naka-recommend for prosecution, Mr. Chair?
Yes, kasama siya, Senator Risa. If I may.
Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
Is an organic member of Hulu Police Station, di ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
So,
Intel.
ng Hulu.
Wala.
Hindi siya PDE member.
Hindi, Your Honor.
So, organic ng Hulu Municipal Police Station. Ikaw?
Mr. Chair, pwede nating tanungin kasi kanina natanong natin si Patrolman Mandangan at kinonfirm nila sila yung nakaputi, naka-vest. Pwede po nating tanungin si Police Staff Sergeant Iskandar Susulan kung siya nga yung nakapula, nakasama ni Patrolman Mandangan.
Your Honor, ako po si Police Staff Sergeant Susulan, Intel PNCO po ng Hulu MPS.
So, you confirm na apat kayo nakasibilyan doon?
Yes, Your Honor. Kung mapapansin mo, Your Honor, bali nung dumaan po yung patrol doon sa hindi po ako on board doon sa mobile. Opo, bali doon lang po ako sa may hallway po namin yung papasok ng istasyon. So nung dumaan po sir yung mobile, wala po akong idea kung ano po yung operation man nila o kasi hindi po ako kasama. So nung nakita ko lang po sir, bigla, nung dumaan yung mobile, parang may hinahabol. So ngayon sir, kung makikita mo po sir doon sa video kanina na play po kanina, bali lumabas po ako doon sa may main road upang tingnan kung ano po yung situation. So So, nung lumabas po ako doon, so medyo nung mga ilang seconds po yung lumipas, so nakita ko po, bumaba na yung tropa. So yun po yung punto sir, para i-confirm ko rin yun kung ano yung mga situation. So ang nakita ko po sir, balik, nung malapit na ako doon, nagkaputukan na po. So doon po, nung medyo pa-approach na po ako doon sa, sa kanila, so hanggang sa dumating ako doon, tapos na po yung putok. Yung putukan po, sir.
Mr. Chair?
Ika, sandali, Senator Risa.
Yes,
Hindi ka
Mr. Chair.
sumali sa putukan?
Bali ang nangyari doon, sir, ang pagkakaalam ko, na naka na po yung tatlo, ang nasa isip ko po, Your Honor, bali Abu Sayyaf po o kaya drug lord yung nila, encounter nila.
So, pumotok ka na rin.
Bali ang nangyari, sir, ang pagkakaalam ko, tatlo lang po yung sakay. So dito po sa may bandang left side po ng Montero.
Hindi, ang tanong ko, pumutok ka ba?
Nakaputok po, Your Honor.
Oh, pumutok ka nga. Kasi merong t-shirts doon na nag-crossmat sa baril mo eh.
Yes,
T-shirt
yes, Your
firearm mo.
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
So yun ang mahirap.
Mr.
Sa
Chair?
kalapon, pumutok ka pa, hindi mo masyado identify kung sinong kalaban, nakiputok ka pa.
Bali yung nangyari po, Your Honor, bali ang pagkakalam ko lang po, sir, bali tatlo lang po yung Yung nangyari po, Your Honor, umikot po ako sa may kaliwa.
Oh.
Yung pagkikot ko po, sir, doon sa may bandang kaliwa ng bintana po, sa may likod po ng passenger seat, ng driver seat po, sir, sa may passenger seat. So may doon po isa, sir, Your Honor.
Okay.
So may hawak po siyang usi.
May usi?
Yes, sir. Usi po. So nung pagkano po, sir, nagkabulagan po kami, sir, bali nakadapa po siya. Pinagdapa sa akin yung usi, sir. Dahil ako po yung nasa tamang anggulo po, sir, naputukan ko siya, naunahan ko po siya. Anyway, Your Honor.
Paano ka maputukan ng usi na according to the witnesses, pinakauna pinutukan yung loob ng Montero?
Hindi po, Your Honor. Hindi po, Your Honor.
Hindi?
Hindi po, Your Honor. Siya yung unang naputukan.
Siya
Mr. Chair?
Your Honor.
Very conflicting.
Makikita naman po, Your Honor, doon sa may video po, may hawak din po kami, sir. Your Honor, yung OC po, Your Honor, kinuha po ng ng kasamaan po ng army na naka-long pants puti po at saka na naka-itim na shirt.
Yung OC?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi ganito if you go, kung wala tayo doon sa witness, hindi na threat sa'yo yung nasa loob ng Montero, dahil yun ang pinakaunang pinutukan ni Patrolman Mandangan. So, ibig sabihin, neutralize na yun. Ngayon, ibig mo sabihin, threat pa yun at binaril mo pa.
Hindi, Your Honor. Bali, buhay po siya, Your Honor. Bali, buhay po siya, Your Honor. Hindi po siya patay.
Yung sa loob na
Yung sa
sasakyan,
loob po. Kaya, yung masasabi
Sandali. Yung sa loob na sasakyan mismo yan, sinasabi mo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi
Kaya,
yung dalawa nakabulagta sa gilid?
Ay, hindi po, Your Honor. Kaya,
So, ibig sabihin si Captain Malagilod?
yes, Your Honor. Kaya masasabi ko po, Your Honor, hindi po siya ang unang naputukan.
O ganito.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, si Senator Risa muna.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. Ang unang tanong ko pa lang naman tungkol kay Police Staff Sergeant Susulan ay kung siya nga yung taong nakapula na kasama ni Patrolman Mandangan dyan sa news video po. Siya po ba yon? Si Staff Sergeant Susulan ba ang nakapula dito sa video natin, Mr. Chair?
Yes, ikaw yun?
Ako po, Your Honor.
Siya daw, Senator Risa.
Patanong po, Mr. Chair, kay NBI attorney. Ma'am, pasensya po, hindi ko nahuli yung pangalan nyo kanina. Attorney?
Attorney Laika Marie Digamo. Digamo, last name mo, attorney, no?
Yes.
Attorney Degamo. Ma'am, kanina po, kinonfirm nyo rin na si Patrolman Mandangan yung naka-t-shirt na puti. Kino-confirm nyo rin po ba na si Police Staff Sergeant Susulan yung nakapula?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning po.
We would like to emphasize that at the time we stated our we took the statements, hindi po sila na-identify ng ating mga witnesses by name. They were identified by their shirts. We confirm their clothing today, ma'am. We confirm because kinonfirm din po nila ang kanilang identification as the person wearing in white and the other one as the person wearing red.
Okay po. So as of today, nako-confirm nyo na si Patrolman Mandangan yung nakaputi at vest, itim na vest.
Based on confirmation by Patrolman Mandangan himself, ma'am.
Opo. And nako-confirm nyo rin ba na yung nakapula ay si Staff Sergeant Susulan as of today?
Based on his confirmation also, ma'am.
Based on their confirmation. Salamat, Attorney. Mr. Chair, patanong ulit kay Staff Sergeant Susulan. So sa video, kung kayo po yung nakapula and kasama po kayo ni Patrolman Mandangan na nakaputi at black vest, ano po yung sinisignal nyo sa mga tao sa paligid? Kasi kayong dalawa dito sa video ay parang nagmimwestra sa mga tao sa paligid. Ano yon? Ano yung ini-instruct nyo?
Alam mo po, Your Honor, yung tao po sa hulo, Your Honor, napakatigas po ng ulo. Sadyang may mga tao po, kahit ganun po yung nangyari, pagkatapos pa lang ng putukan, may mga tao na nag-insist pa rin na iba na nag-aatim, dumaan po o tumawid sa may ano. Kaya kung makikita mo, Your Honor, pinapaano po namin yung tao na parang para wala pong tumawid o kaya magbalak na pumasok doon sa may crime scene po, Your Honor.
Well, actually, Mr. Chair, mukha nga sa video at komentaryo pa sa balita na nawala yung mga tao at pati yung mga aso nga daw ay nagtakbuhan. Siguro one last thing for now, Mr. Chair, dahil kino-confirm po as of today ng NBI yung identity ng mga tao sa video, sa gitna ng video, based on their own testimony. Sa video kasi parang matangkad si nakapula dun sa nakaputi. Just for not mere curiosity, Mr. Chair, pero sa patuloy na paghanap natin ng katotohanan, pwede ba nating patayuing magkatabi sina Patrolman Mandangan at saka si Staff Sergeant Susulan para lang makita ng mga mata natin, Mr. Chair, kung mas matangkad din si Staff Sergeant Susulan kay Patrolman Mandangan.
Sige nga. Yung tangkad, kunti lang siguro, 1 inch. Anong height mo, Susulan? 5'5". Ikaw, Mandangan? 5'4". Matangkad ng by 1 inch.
Isang inch lang, Mr. Chair, ano? Na titignan po natin ngayon magkatabi silang dalawa ay parang halos magkaparehong tangkad. Sa video, at least sa panonood sa balita, parang matangkad yung nakapula. Perceptibly matangkad kesa sa nakaputi. But I'll leave it at that for now, Mr. Chair. And also, one last manifestation sa ngayon na narinig ko naman din yung sinabi ni Patrolman Mandangan na dati nabatayan sila ng CO at sila mismo ay nasugatan. And na nakikiramdam ako sa kanila dyan, nakikiramay ako sa kanila dyan. But I look forward to mas disclosure, mas katotohanan mula sa kanila dahil alam nila kung gaano kasakit mamatayan ng CO and for sure lahat naman tayo dito sa loob ng hall at online ay nakikiramay sa mga pamilyang namatayan sa insidenteng ito. So I'll leave it at that for now, Mr. Chair. Para sa akin, parang sa mata ko lang parang unsettled yung identities ng mga taong iyan kasi parang sa video, sobrang halatang mas matangkad yung nakapula kaysa sa nakaputi. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Right.
Mr. Chair, just a point of information. Kanina pa ako nakikinig but I've been receiving several text messages habang nagsasalita po yung ilang kapulisan at yung NBI officer na nagpapaliwanag kanina. I'll be writing the committee formally a communication relative to the appearance, and I don't know if there is going to be another committee hearing relative to this investigation. The last time it happened was in 2002. The same SULU police force involved in shooting incident with our Philippine Marines. I'll be writing formally the committee relative to the wearing of
police uniforms during committee investigation, especially if you are involved in an act such as this being investigated. Alam naman po natin, you being the former chief of the Philippine National Police, na pag may nangyaring insidente, you are required to surrender your firearms, you are required to surrender your badge while in under custodial investigation. Pero ito, the cases have been filed. So out of respect to the Senate as an institution, especially entering the plenary hall, I think it is quite proper and appropriate that officers under investigation should not be wearing their uniforms because the uniform is a symbol of authority, a symbol of justice, a symbol of security, especially with badges. So I think the wearing of uniforms of persons accused, especially in this instance relative to the death of our army officers. I'm also an army man, Mr. Chair. I think it places dishonor and disrespect to the bereaved army officers. So I think the more appropriate attire would be for the accused to be wearing detainee shirts, not the uniforms which gives dishonor to the Philippine National Police as an organization because hindi naman po madumi talaga ang kapulisan. Marami pong upright officers, malilinis na police officers. So I'll be writing the committee, Your Honor, requesting that in future events, hearings, that personnel, police officers under detention should just be wearing the appropriate detention uniform, not their uniform as a police officer, which is a symbol of authority. I respect their constitutional right of innocence, but at this stage, we should give respect to the Senate as an institution, the police, Philippine National Police as an institution by wearing the appropriate attire. Yun lamang po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino. In the reaction, Chief PNP, General Gamboa.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Police General Archie Gamboa, the Chief of the Philippine National. With due respect to the good senator, sir, the Philippine National Police, under the regulations that are existing now, we don't have even the power to place in custodial investigation any police officer. Under our regulation, the most that we can do is to subject those who are probably respondents, if it is an administrative case, or suspects or accused in criminal cases. The most that we can do is to restrict them. Ang tawag namin restrictive custody. We cannot even detain them. Now, sir, if you require these people, the 9 persons who are appearing before the Senate in detainee uniform, first, I think, in my own opinion, as the Chief of the Philippine National Police, not proper. And this is a formal gathering of which we represent institutions. That's why, as a matter of protocol, I think, those who are appearing in the Senate must always be in uniform. So, sir, please, and then, second, these 9 officers have not even been charged in court yet. There are no warrants of arrest that are being issued. There are no commitment orders that are yet to be issued. And I hope the National Bureau of Investigation would attest to that if they have filed the necessary information, have the court taken jurisdiction over these persons? Have they been declared as accused and commitment orders and warrants of arrest are already issued? Because the against them is murder. Necessarily, it is unbailable. Now, if these facts are true, that they have been charged in court, there's a commitment order, there's a warrant of arrest, we would be very glad to turn them over to the court who has jurisdiction over the case. But nonetheless, sir, with due respect to the committee, we cannot allow our policemen appearing in the Senate wearing the detainee uniform when in fact they are not yet so. Thank you, Mr. Honor.
Thank you, General Gamboa. I also...
If I may respond,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I respect the position of the position of the Philippine National Police. My suggestion emanates from the fact that receiving several messages here, I again that we the presumption of innocence. My really, Mr. Chairman, is that we have to project affected institution. And that is my point here. Commingling persons accused of serious offenses with the police hierarchy in an institution such as the Senate, in an investigation being conducted, probably brings confusion in the minds of the general public who are watching right now. Sino ba yung malinis? Sino ba yung may bahid? So my point here is really to promote respect and trust to the Philippine National Police as an organization, as persons carrying the badge of justice, security, and I mentioned this authority by wearing that uniform. Yun lamang po, Mr. Chair. No intention whatsoever, but we follow the rule of law here, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino. Maraming salamat. Post muna tayo sa questioning sa kanila. I hope natapos ka na, Atty. Di ba?
Mr. Chair, we have not yet stated all the facts gathered during the investigation.
Haba pa?
Kontiin na lang.
Kunti na lang. Ito, pagpatuloy natin. And then after you, we will hear from the Chief of Staff, then from the Chief PNP, yung kanilang gusto mo yung opening statement nila kanina pa ito eh. Pero na-overtaken by events. But anyway, we'll go back to them pagkatapos sa'yo. Please.
Nais lang po namin i-emphasize na matapos pong bumaba ni Major Indamog at nagtaas ng kanyang dalawang kamay at pati t-shirt niya, ay bumaba din po ang mga miyembro ng Philippine National Police, yung 4. Isa po doon ang naka-pixelized uniform. Based sa statements ng ating mga witnesses po, yung naka-pixelized uniform ay nakatayo po siya right side ng Montero. Doon po malapit sa likod nito. Yung elevated portion po ng coffee shop, if you go to the crime scene, ito po yung coffee shop, tapos ito yung road kung saan nakapark ang Montero. May elevation po kasi yan, sir. Diyan po siya nakatayo and he was pointing his rifle toward Major Indamog who was then raising his arms. Ito naman po yung nakaputi na he identified himself as Patrolman Mandangan ay nauna pong pumwesto at pointing his firearm at Major Indamog, pero dumiretso po siya sa gitna nga po. Doon po sa gitnang door, opened it and then fired shots. According din po sa ating witnesses, yung 4 po na naunang bumaba, they actually strategically, that's the operative word, strategically positioned themselves around the Montero. Yung 2, dumaan po sila sa left side, tapos umikot hanggang sa, doon na po nakapwesto yung isa sa right side. Yung 2 sa right side ng left, umikot hanggang sa dumating po sila sa right side ng ating Montero. Yung naka-pixelized uniform, according to our witnesses, fired shots after yung nakaputi ay bumaril po sa interior ng ating Montero Sport. So, based sa statements po ng ating mga witnesses, ang naka-pixelized uniform po ang naunang bumaril kay Major Indamog bago pa man po siya barilin ng nakaputi nung siya po ay nakadapa na sa floor ng road.
Senator Atty.
Yes.
Prior to that, nauna mo nang pinutukan yung loob ng Montero by Patrolman Andaangan. Sumunod na yung pagputok kay Major Indamog. Is that correct?
Based po sa statements ng ating mga witnesses, sir, nauna pong pinutukan ang loob ng Montero Sports, sir, bago po nagpaputok toward Major Indamog. As described po, again, emphasize po namin, as described, nung marinig ni Major Indamog na pinutukan nga po, may putok dito sa likod niya, he tried to turn to his left side. He tried to do this. And then he was fired shots.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
Mr. Chair,
Teresa.
follow-up question po kay attorney. Ma'am, sino po yung naka-pixelized uniform na sinasabi po ninyo?
Base po sa resulta ng forensic examination na nag-match ang 5.56 caliber, maaari po namin sabihin na si PSMS Pajiri po ang naka-pixelized uniform.
So yung pong team leader, sila po yon.
Base po sa forensic result namin, ma'am, on the firearms identification and cross-matching examination results na sinagawa ng aming personnel.
Yes, ma'am. Tapos follow-up question pa, Mr. Chair. Sabi po ni...
Sa Attorney Teresa.
Yes, Chair.
Attorney Sulaika,
Yes,
sabi
Mr.
mo
Chair.
cross-matching yung bullet ito na nakuha doon sa katawan ni Indamog, Major Indamog, na na-cross-match doon sa baril ni Pajiri?
Mr. Chair,
O shell? Spent shells? Anong cross-matching meron doon?
fired cartridges not from the body of the cadaver of Major Indamo.
No. Yung sinabi mo na most likely si Pajiri yung nakapixelize na nakatayo sa gilid na pumutok kay Major Indamog based on cross-matching. Anong na-cross-match ninyo doon? Is it a bullet coming from na-recover sa katawan ni Indamog na match doon sa baril ni Pajiri or spent shells na laglag doon sa ground? Ano?
Sir, bago ko po sagutin yan, nais ko lang pong i-emphasize. 4 po kasi ang nag-match, no? 4 na baril yung nag-match doon sa mga spent shells na nakuha mula sa crime scene, pati na rin po sa katawan ni Major Indamo. So 4 po sila. Sa 4 po na iyon, 3 po ang hindi naka-uniform. Na-identified naman nila ang mga kasuotan. Si Mandangan, si Hajarudin, at si Susulan. Isa lang po ang naka-uniform dito. At isa lang din ang nakamatch ng kanyang firearm doon sa fired cartridges na nakuha mula sa crime scene. At yan po si PSMS Pajiri. Ayun po sa ating cross-matching examination.
Okay.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Yes, Senator Risa.
Salamat kayo. One more follow-up question kay Attorney Zuleika. Ma'am, sabi niyo po yung 4 ay nag-strategically possession. Ano ibig sabihin po ng strategically?
Ayon po sa ating witnesses, ma'am, nung pagkababa po nung 4 mula sa right side ng back-to-back patrol car, ang isa po ay posisyon dito sa right part, back portion. Siya po yung tumutok directly toward Major Indamo. Yung dalawa naman po ay umikot papuntang left side toward the right direction of the Montero Sport, while Patrolman Mandangan actually stopped doon po sa middle door ng Montero. By strategically, we mean that hindi po sila direction na yung direction na clear ba man ba? They surrounded. Parang they surrounded. They were at a strategic yung pag-position nila sa Montero such that may isa na nasa likod, may isa na from left as though surveying the vehicle toward the right, and then the other one actually opened the right door.
Yung nagsabi po na strategically positioned, civilian ba sila o militar? Yung gumamit ng salitang strategically?
Actually, the description strategically, ma'am, we coined it. We coined it base po sa description ng ating witnesses. Kasi napalibutan po nila. Ganun po kasi ang pagkasabi ng ating mga witnesses. So when we say napalibutan, since our subjects are members of the Philippine National Police, we would like to believe na ito po ay strategic na position sapagkat napalibutan po nila ang Montero's Fort.
Last follow-up question, attorney. Ginugol ko po yung definition ng strategically. Sabi po dito, strategically in a way that relates to the achievement of long-term or overall aims and interests. So may pagka ganon na may layunin, may interes, long-term pa daw overall. Ganon po ba yung sense ninyo ng paggamit, pagpili ng term na strategically?
Kung basehan po natin ang statement ng ating witnesses na the subjects surrounded the Montero's Fort, strategically is a logical word to be used, ma'am, in describing the positions of our members of the Philippine National Police.
Salamat, attorney. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Balikan natin sila mamaya, yung questioning sa kanila. First, we give the floor to General Gilbert Gapay. Do you have something to say?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, good evening, everyone. At the outset, I would like to thank Senator De Rosa for initiating this inquiry on what happened on June 29, the shooting incident in Hulo, where 4 Army personnel were killed. And we welcome this inquiry, and we still hope, in the hope that truth shall come out and justice preserved immediately. There's been almost 2 months that since this incident happened, and we were surprised there were no charges yet. So we hope that there will be swift dispensation of justice here. And ito lang naman yung inihiling ng mga pamilya ng mga namatay. Ay talagang lalabas ang katotohanan at justice will be given to our personnel. So ito lang din ang aming hiling dito. We were surprised really na it's been 2 months and wala pa rin charges na naipataw sa mga perpetrators. So and we fully support this inquiry, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, General Gapay. We will hear from the representative of DOJ kung meron. Ano ng development sa kaso? Hindi pa na-file hanggang ngayon? Wala pa? Wala kayong makibigyan na update? So let's give the floor to General Gamboa.
Thank you very much, sir, to the honorable members of this committee. Pleasant good morning. First and foremost, your Philippine National Police would like to thank this honorable committee for giving us the opportunity to participate in this Senate inquiry. We humbly believe that through this activity, necessary and appropriate pieces of legislation can be explored and later on enacted, which will enhance the coordinating mechanisms between the Philippine National Police and the Armed Forces of the Philippines. With this, we will be able to better perform our sworn duty to ensure the safety and security of the country and of all Filipinos from all forms of threats brought about by various lawless elements and threat groups. Thus, rest assured of our full support and cooperation to this honorable committee. Last June 29, 2020, at about 2:40 p.m., a very unfortunate shooting incident transpired in Sitio Marina, Barangay Wall City, SULU. Involved in the aforesaid incident were 9 PNP personnel assigned in SULU, while the 4 victims were identified as members of the Philippine Army's 9th Intelligence Service Unit of the 11th Infantry Division. To conduct internal investigation, I ordered the creation of a PNP Board of Inquiry and the Operational Audit Team on July 2, 2020. For unity of effort and to come up with common report and recommendations, the Philippine National Police and the Armed Forces of the Philippines agreed for a joint Board of Inquiry co-chaired by the Inspector General of the Philippine National Police Internal Affairs Service, Attorney Alfigar M. Triambolo, and the Inspector General of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, Lieutenant General Franco Nemesio Dacal. To provide this honorable committee the latest updates and to shed light on various inquiries relative to the SULU shooting, With me here were the members of the PNP Operational Audit Team and the 9 personnel from SULU, together with the Regional Director, the current Provincial Director, and the former Chief of Police. Yan lang po. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Morning to everyone.
Thank you, General Gamboa. Yung una, sabi ko, this committee hopes to achieve tatlong bagay. What prompted the shooting? Yun, napag-usapan natin ngayon. Pangalawa, about coordination. At pangatlo, about preservation of the crime scene. Well, gusto kong itackle itong pangalawa, yung about coordination. Nandito ba si General Colonel Bautista? Yes. Binasa ko yung inyong mga affidavits. Do you think yung pag-announce mo doon sa Metro Holo Interagency Task Group meeting 4 days before nangyari itong insidente na ito was an enough form of coordination with the friendly units like the PNP, particularly yung territorial unit ng SULU, PPO at ng Hulu Municipal Police Station? Was that already enough coordinations made?
Mr. Chair, Colonel Bautista here. It is more than enough, sir. For more than a year and a half, I was the Metro Holo commander. I've been working closely with the PNP since 2019. So every time we have operations with the previous PD and the current MPS of Holo, we've been coordinating every time we have operation. So that meeting held last 25 June was just only part of the coordination we done every time we do operations in that area.
Kasi based on experience, nag-retire ako bilang pulis. Sa akin, yung coordination is dapat real time at specific. Ilang beses may pumunta sa police station ko. Pumunta doon ng army. Sir, mga taga-MIG kami. Meron kaming pinapalo up na ganito, ganon. O anong sasakyan nyo? Sir, kulay gray. O ilang sasakyan? Isang four wheels at saka 3 motorsiklo. Ganon ka-specific dapat dahil because we are dealing lives here. Buhay ang pinag-uusapan dito. The day before sila mag-jump off, tatawag sa akin. Yun ang proper coordination. Kasi alam mo, ganito nangyari. Yung Mamasapano incident, sinabi ng AFP, bakit hesitant sila mag-reinforce doon sa beleaguered na mga subtroopers na naubos, na na-wipe out doon sa Mamasapano, na wala man lang kahit isang reinforcement na dumating. Dahil ang rason ng AFP is failure of coordination. Nangyari na yung Mamasapano. Lahat tayo nasaktan doon. Ma-army ka man, ma-military, ma-police ka man, talagang nasaktan tayo doon sa nangyari na yon. Now, sumagot ang police. Sir, according to our police operational procedure, coordinations can be made before, during, or after the operation. So may option sila kung kailan sila mag-coordinate. Sumagot ang army, no. Dapat ang coordination must be real time. Dahil pumasok kayo doon, dito sa area namin, dapat nag-coordinate kayo. So, yun ang nangyari. Sagot naman ng PNP, ang coordination, sir, na ginagawa ng SAP is yung tinatawag namin na time on target. Once we hit the target, we coordinate immediately with the friendly troops. So yun ang ginagawa namin. Kaya kahit na anong paiyak, nangingiyak-ngiyak na yung commander ng SAP doon sa 6ID na humingi ng reinforcement, hindi talaga binigyan dahil walang reinforcement. So very crucial ang coordination. Buhay ang pinag-usapan dito. Buhay. Kaya, don't think for me, kung sinasabi mo that coordinating meeting or whatever na sinasabi mo, openly sinasabi mo na merong threat ng suicide bombing at ang military, ang intelligence ay magkakaroon ng negation actions, that was a very general statement. Sa akin, kung mag-coordinate ka na may lakad kayo, dapat hindi yung 4 days before, kundi before mag-jump off, tawagan ng police station. Sarge, meron kaming minumonitor. Ganitong sasakyan namin. Just in case masita ng checkpoint nyo, alalayan lang ninyo. That for me is the right coordination. We've been in the field for so long, alam natin kung paano mag-coordinate. But hindi kita sinisisi doon sa ginagawa mo. It's really coordination. Ang akin lang ay kulang. Hindi specific at hindi real time. Dapat walang mangyaring sitahan sana kung tumawag kayo sa police station beforehand na meron kaming nilalakad ngayon. Kasi alam nyo, bakit ganun na lang kainit ang reaksyon ng PDEO. Kahit hindi ko sila nakausap kung nakikita ko being an operative, matagal akong intelligence operative, matagal akong anti-drug operative, alam ko yung feeling mo. Bakit? Nagkakataon lang masyadong nagko-coincide ang pangyayari. Bakit itong mga operative ng PDEO ay naramdaman nila na parang minumonitor sila nung Montero na Gray. Noong 26 ng June, nagulat ito si Mandangan at si Putalan na yung bahay nila doon malapit sa Chinese pier, may nagsusurveillance sa Montero. At sinabi pa nga nila, tumawag sila sa radyo, hinabol nila, nagkakaroon ng habulan. Pagdating naman sa 29, ito na namang isang membro ng PDEO na si PSSG Al-Mujrim Hadjarudin na ang bahay niya malapit doon sa Bus sa checkpoint, naramdaman naman niya na nandun yung Montero. So nagkakataon na ako hindi ko sila nakausap, in fairness. Pero pakiramdam nila, minumonitor kami dito, susurveillance kami. Kaya sila nagtawag ng reinforcement doon sa police station. Pero sana, pagtawag nila ng reinforcement sa police station na parasitahin yon, kung tayo sa army, nakatawag na beforehand sa police station na meron kaming tropa na nag-ooperate dyan, sabihin sana ng police station din na, relax lang kayo dyan dahil hindi na kailangan reinforcement dyan dahil tropa natin yan na army yan na nagsusurveillance dyan. So wala sana mangyaring checkpoint na ganun. So for me, ay nakikita ko yan, there was lacking sa coordination. Kailangan pa natin i-improve ang coordination, lalong-lalo na doon sa ground level. Dahil kayo talaga dyan na magkakaroon ng misencounter pag hindi kayo mag-uusap. Hindi ko sinasabi na hindi mali yung ginawang pagpatay ng mga pulis na yan. That's very wrong. Bakit napatay yung apat? Dapat napakilala na nga. Kayo, tanungin ko kayong siyam. Nung sinabi nila na trupa, anong pagtingin ninyo doon sa trupa? Pag sinabing trupa, anong ikaw, team leader, anong impression mo?
Your Honor, nung sinabi po sa akin na tropa na isang beses lang po, So, Your Honor, as per experience po sa amin, si Dr. Moreno po, Your Honor, na-kidnap, naka-uniform yung kumidnap sa kanya. Naka-kiblar, complete uniform. So, hindi po kayo basta-basta maniwala po, Your Honor. Although sinabing tropa, na maniwala na kami. Kaya ang the best way na ginawa ko, in-invite ko po sila sa istasyon, Your Honor. Ganun po nangyari, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, so follow up. Opo. Pagkatapos po, nagpresenta yung grupo ng mga sundalo sila, nagpakilala silang ganon. So, suspicious pa rin ba? I mean, galing po sa checkpoint after i-flag down sila at sinundan sila sa police station. Threat pa rin ba ang tingin sa kanila?
Well, the mere fact, Senator Risa, if indeed, nagdududa sila talaga doon pa lang sa checkpoint na yun, dapat hindi na nila pinaalis yun. Dinisarmahan na nila yun doon, sinitan nga dinisarmahan, at hindi na sana pinasama sa station. Doon na. That's the right thing to do. Pero,
Exactly, Mr. Chair.
Bakit kayo masyadong maluwag?
Kasi po, Your Honor, that time, wala po ba kaming nakita mga na delikado. Kaya po, kinausap natin sila ng maayos, Your Honor, para po magkaliwanagan.
Go ahead, Senator Risa.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. Actually, at this point, gusto ko pa rin sundan yung statement ni General Bautista kanina na in fact, sa loob ng 1.5 taon na silang nagko-coordinate kaugnay nitong operation na ginagawa actually ng team ni na Major Indamog. Kasi dito po sa information ko, Mr. Chair, mayroong ding statement na the exhaustive efforts of the security forces against local terrorists on 25 June were made in the presence of Police Lieutenant Colonel Anayo, who was a member of the MJIA-TG. And I note, Mr. Chair, na si Police Lieutenant Colonel Walter W. Anayo ay recommended din for prosecution ng NBI para sa neglect of duty under the Doctrine of Command Responsibility. Andyan po rin ba ngayon, Mr. Chair, si Police Lieutenant Colonel Anayo para mapakonfirm natin sa kanila kung hindi ba totoo na matagal na ang kino-coordinate ng Army Intelligence sa kanila itong naging operation which led to the operation ni na Major Indamog.
Andito siya, Colonel Anayo. Yes.
Magandang umaga po, Your Honor.
Sandali. Mag-swear in ka muna. Tayo ka muna.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you declare to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this investigation, sir? Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Ikaw si Colonel Anayo.
Police Lieutenant Colonel Walter Anayo po, former COP pa ng po.
Did you attend during the Metro Hulu Interagency Task Group meeting? Nandun ka ba?
Yes, Your Honor. I was able to attend the meeting. Sir Bautista, tungkol po sa presence po ng alleged 2 female suicide bomber.
So sinabi rin nila na magkakaroon sila ng covert operations doon sa downtown Hulu regarding the presence of suicide bombers?
I cannot recall any, Your Honor.
Pero sinabi nila na may threat ng suicide bombing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ngayon, nasaan ka nung 29 nung nangyari?
That time po, I was sick. That's why I wasn't able to come down at the station. So nung tumawag po yung deputy na may nangyari po, bumawa po kami agad.
So, after nung 25 June meeting ninyo with the MJ-ATG, doon sa information na ni-senior ni General Bautista.
Nasabi po namin sa mga tropa namin upang tulungan din po kami. Kumbaga malaman din nila na may threat para sa monitoring po.
mahanap po yung kung meron man talaga yung dalawang babaeng suicide bombers po.
So, nireply mo yan sa mga tropa mo.
Yes, Your Honor. Alam po nila yon.
Jerry, alam mo yun? You're the alert team leader. Sinabihan ka ng chief of police mo na may ganun na information, na may ganung threat na suicide bombers at merong magkakaroon ng covert operations ang intelligence ng Army?
Your Honor, wala pong sinabi na magkakaroon po ng covert operation po.
Pero about suicide bombers, nakarating sa'yo?
Hindi po, Your Honor. Baka po off-duty ako, Your Honor.
Yan, putol. Yan na putol ang coordination.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Risa, go ahead.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, kino-confirm po ba ni Police Lieutenant Colonel Anayo na isa't kalahating taon nang nagko-coordinate sa kanila sina General Bautista tungkol sa mga Army intelligence operations against local terrorists?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, we have a good working relationships with the AFP. Si Sir Bautista, matagal na po pa rin nagkasama. Pero that time po, I don't know what really happened. Walang nasabi sa amin. Before that, kung may mga operations through the S2 po namin, kahit wala po yung sa papel, pero sa through text messages or tawag, meron po yan.
Colonel Sir, kung hindi nyo maalala ngayon kung may detalyeng ganito dun sa pulong nung June 25, pero kino-confirm nyo po ba na until the June 25 meeting, mayroong exhaustive efforts ng security forces against local terrorists na pinresent sa MJIATG meeting na nandun po kayo?
Yes, yung ma-confirm ko lang, Your Honor, yung nasabi tungkol sa presence po yung suicide bombers. And then he asked the body to help locate po yung mga dalawa na to po.
Salamat, Colonel. So malinaw, Mr. Chair, no, na hindi ito unang beses na narinig ng mga miyembro ng MJIATG yung particular concern dun sa dalawang suspected suicide bombers. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Yun nga, yung coordination na yun, para sa akin is one thing. Kulang pa rin talaga yun sa akin. Talagang mag-coordinate ka, you should be specific at yung real time. Dahil isipin mo, nagsabi ka doon sa MATG, sa harapan ng mga sibilyan, may mayor pa doon, may mga konsihal, ay may mga barangay kapitan pa. Alam ko, pag covert operation, isto to intelligence ng police station mag-usap yan eh. O kaya provincial intelligence officer at saka yung brigade or whatever intelligence nyo, mag-uusap yan sila eh. Dahil para limited access lang. Pero pag sabihin mo na nag-coordinate ka doon sa isang forum na yun na may mga civilian, kung ako rin ang police na nandoon, lalo na 4 days ago, that's a very general coordination, hindi specific. Kulang talaga para sa akin yun. But anyway, lessons learned natin yun. Dapat magkakaroon ng talagang real-time coordination para, alam ko, maraming factors na on papers, yung ating mga coordination mechanisms between AAP and PNP ay napakaganda. Ang daming. Meron tayong area intelligence coordinating whatever. Basta ang dami niyan. Meron pa tayong Peace and Order Council na nagkukoordinate doon. Pero on the ground sometimes, alam nyo, trabaho ito dapat ng mga ground commander doon eh. Kung paano nila palalapitin yung kanilang mga intel operatives ng Army at saka intel operatives ng PNP para magka-close sila. Para walang distrust between and among them. Alam nyo, ikaw Arde, Abo, ikaw ang Arde, ikaw ang PD. Sa kabila naman, nandito yung task group commander, andito si division commander. Dapat kayong nasa ground, kayong mga commander doon, pinapalapit nyo palagi yan para madali ang coordination. Walang distrust. Dahil, alam mo, nagkakaroon itong distrust eh. In the part, assumption ko lang ito, in the part sa army, huwag tayo mag-coordinate dyan sa police. Dahil yung iba dyan, may mga relative yan na Abu Sayyaf. Baka masunog ito ang ating trabaho. So, hindi mo mawala talaga yan. Ito namang sa police, magsabi rin na huwag tayo mag-coordinate dyan sa army kasi yung iba dyan na operative, patong sa drug lord, sa mga sindikato sa droga. May mga ganun rin na mga pag-isip. So itong mga distrust na ito'y mawawala kapag kayo'y palagi nag-uusap doon sa ground. Sino-sino ba magtutulungan doon pag kayo nai-effect? Kayo lang rin. Sino pag inatak ang police station ng Pulo, sino mag-reinforce? Yung army. Pag army na kailangan ng reinforcement, sino mag-reinforce? Yung PNP. Bakit aabot tayo sa punto ito? Napakaliit na syudad ng Pulo, ha? Hindi, mukha ninyo. Ikaw, Colonel Chief of Police, kilala mo yung mukha ni Colonel Bautista?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung kanyang, yung intelligence ng division, 11th ID, kilala mo ang mukha ni Colonel, sino intelligence niyo, Corley? Bakala, kilala mo mukha ni Bakala? Colonel Bakala?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Ha?
No, Your Honor.
Kilala mo?
Hindi po. Nakita
yes.
ko lang siya during nung nangyari yung incident.
Yan ang problema. Hindi kayo nagkikita eye to eye. Hindi kayo nagkikita. Tingnan mo, may isa pang intelligence officer, sino yung isa na kasibilyan, intelligence na police station.
Susulan, Your Honor.
Susulan. Intelligence operative ka. O dapat kilala mo yung mga operative ng army. Nag-uusap ba kayo? Hindi. Asida. Hindi kayo nag-uusap. Kayo lang, isang lugar lang inooperitan ninyo. Sulo. Pero hindi kayo nagkakilala. Yan ang problema ngayon natin sa coordination. Kasi kung pagbaba pa lang sa sakyan ni Indamog, kung nandoon ka, kilala mo si Major Indamog na siya ang chief ng ISU 9, sabihin mo kagad yung taga Provincial Drug Enforcement na, uy, trupa yan. Kilala ko yan. Sa Intel yan. Intel ka eh. Pero wala, ano bang klaseng intelligence coordination meron kayo? Ang dami nating coordinating bodies dyan. Hindi kayo nagkikita? Eye to eye? Hindi kayo nag-uusap? Hindi kayo nag-coordinate?
Mr. Chair?
Sa station level po namin, sir, hindi po, sir. Pero iwan ko lang po, Your Honor, doon sa may isto po namin, sa may PP.
Pero ikaw, makinig
Pero
ka.
doon sa
Makinig ka. Station level ka.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero dapat lahat ng mga operative ng military na nandyan umiikot sa hulo, i-UR mo yung hulo, dapat kilala mo sa mukha.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kayo lang naman eh. Kadali naman na kikilalanin yung na intelligence. But, hindi ka nag-uusap.
Hindi, Your Honor. Bali, may kilala lang ako, Your Honor, mga officer lang po.
Sige, thank you. Yes,
Mr. Chairman kayo. Follow-up question po kay Police Senior Master Sergeant Pajiri. Kung totoo po na may dala nga si Major Indamog na rifle at binaril na siya ng kapulisan, bakit kailangan pang barilin yung mga kasama niya? Kung si Major Indamog lamang yung threat. Kasi yung dalawang tropa niya na nasa labas na ng sasakyan, malayo sa firearms nila.
Your Honor, hindi ko na po napansin yung sa kabilang part ng sasakyan. Basta yung nakita ko lang po, yung si Major Indamog yung bumaba at nagtaputukan. The rest, hindi ko na po nakita, ma'am.
So siguro, Mr. Chair, kung ganun po ang sagot ni Police Senior Master Sergeant Pajiri ay kailangan talagang tanungin mamaya, no? Ano yung mga standard operating procedures o rules of engagement ng ating kapulisan pagdating sa pagsita sa mga mamamayang nasa sasakyan, no? Kasi yung iba talaga nagtatanong Police Senior Master Sergeant Pajiri, may nagutos ba na patayin yung mga sundalo? Who called the shots? Literally, sino po yung nag-utos na open fire, tas ang nangyari ay patay yung 4, pati yung mga kasama ni Major Indamog na malayo sa mga firearms nila?
Your Honor, unang-una po, wala po kaming planong pumatay. Pangalawa po, ang nangyari po, di na po kailangan explain kasi baril na po yun, Your Honor. So, alangan yung time pa namin po kami yung baril, Your Honor. So, yun. Anyway nga sabi ko, yung makakasagot ng maayos po niyan is yung nakaharap mismo si Patrolman Mandangan po, Your Honor.
Alright, kung ganun Mr. Chair, ay tatanungin ko rin po si Patrolman Mandangan. And unfortunately, obviously hindi sasapat sa ating lahat yung sabihin lang na walang plano or kaya nga nagkaka-investigasyon tayo para malaman ano ba talaga yung nangyari. Mr. Chair, maaari bang tanungin si Patrolman Mandangan?
Yes,
Bakit ba kailangan birilin yung dalawa na malayo nasa labas ng sasakyan at malayo sa mga firearms nila?
Okay. Before ka umalis dyan Jerry, alam mo, ikaw ang alert team leader.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ikaw ang alert team leader. So, yung responsibility ground commander doon. Dapat na-control mo yung mga tao mo. Bakit hindi mo na-control sa Mandangan na mamaril?
Unang-una po, Your Honor. Wala na, putukan na po. Yalangan sa libyo. Basta yun po, putukan na po, Your Honor.
Alam ko, pag nagkaputukan, but before dapat nagkaputukan, kinontrol mo. Sinabihan mo, sitahin natin ito ha. Sitahin natin ito. Wala dapat mamatay dito.
Yun nga, Your Honor, yung purpose namin. Kaya nga po, kinatok ko yung pinto ng sakyan upang kausapin ng maayos po, Your Honor. Kaya after ilang minuto siguro, yun, biglaan na po, Your Honor. Kaya hindi na maiwasan. Baril na yan, Your Honor. Delikado na. Where in fact, si Patrolman Mandangan is ayaw na maulit na experience pang ma-wounded siya, Your Honor. Ayun, kapupukan, Your Honor.
Sige, Mandangan, you take the lalabas ito, Patrolman Mandangan, na ikaw yung una nagpaputok talaga. What prompted you to pull the trigger? Ka nagpaputok ka.
Kasi Your Honor, pagbaba niya ng sasakyan, may bit-bit siyang baril. Pag-angat na Your Honor, yun, nagkaputukan na. Kasi Your Honor, ayoko na talaga maulit yung nangyari sa amin.
So consistent ka na may berdala talagang impor si Major Indamog?
Opo, Your Honor.
Na hindi talaga nyo pinlanted yun doon?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Hindi nyo kinuha sa loob ng sasakyan at nilagay doon sa kamay ni Major Indamog yung baril na yun?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Attorney Digamo, yung witness na nagsasabi na nakita niya na pinlant yung baril, kinuha sa loob ng sasakyan, nilagay sa kamay ni Major Indamog?
Mr. Chair, negative Mr. Chair, because nung patapos na po yung barilan, may mga lumapit po ng mga pulis. Yung nakita po sa CCTV, they were trying to veer away people from the crime scene as it appears. Ang nangyari po ay may nagsabi na umalis kayo dyan, baka madamay pa kayo. Meron din pong nagsabi na trying to do this, wave his hand. Kaya ang nangyari po, ang ating mga witnesses ay pumasok na po sa Johnson's Casul at hindi na po nakita ang subsequent na mga nangyari.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Senator, Pilipino mo na?
Ladies first. Ladies first.
Ladies first now. Go,
Oh,
Senator Risa.
salamat kayo, Chair. Salamat, Senator Francis. Follow-up question din kay Patrolman Mandangan. Patrolman Mandangan, tinanong ko ito kanina kay Police Senior Master Sergeant Pajiri na ang sagot nila ay walang planong patayin yung mga sundalo. Wala naman akong tinanong na plano. Ang tanong ko po ay may nag-utos ba na patayin ang mga sundalo o who called the shots? Sino po ang kumbaga may nagsabi bang open fire or kumbaga sino po ang nagsimula nitong insidente na ito ang resulta 4 na mga opisyal at tauhan natin sa army ay patay.
Jerry.
Ay,
Sino?
Mr. Chair, si Patrolman Mandangan naman po.
Mandangan. Meron ba? Yung narinig mo yung question ni Senator Risa?
May nagputos ba who called the shots?
Oh. Ano sagot mo? May nag-order ba sa'yo na open fire?
Wala, Your
Fire!
Honor. Wala, Your Honor. Wala.
Wala.
So talagang Mr. Chair, iwan ko muna yan sa puntong ito pero loose end talaga yan dahil dun sa information ko talagang negative for nitrates, yung kanan at kaliwang kamay nung 4 na namatay, gunpowder nitrates examination. So ibabalikan na lang po. Salamat Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Sinabi nila na hindi kayo umalis sa area. Kasi ang assumption, ang impresyon ng army pagdating nila, walang pulis doon na nagkukontrol. Walang pulis na nagkukordon sa area. Pero insisting kayo na nandun lang kayo, hindi kayo umalis. Ang bumalik sa police station, yung patrol car lang. Kayo nandun lang kayo. Bakit? Alam niyo ito procedure ito in preservation of the crime scene. Bakit yung dumating yung mga army na pinagkukuha na yung mga armas at ibang mga importanteng gamit ng kasamahan nila na namatay, hindi ninyo sila pinigilan? Bakit? Kung kayo ang nandun sa crime scene, bakit hindi ninyo pinigilan? Sarge, huwag niyong galawin yan dahil, sir, huwag niyong galawin yan dahil nasa crime scene yan, wala pang suko. Bakit hindi niyo pinigilan?
Actually, Your Honor, meron po mga officers na nagsabi na wag po pakialaman yung mga crime scene. Where in fact, kahit
Sinong officers yun?
si Colonel Lusaria po, Your Honor. At the same time, yung mahal namang PD, andun din po sila, Your Honor. That time, nung andun yung mga sundalo, Your Honor.
So,
At yung suko pala, Your Honor.
hindi, wala pang suko noon Dumating
habang-
sila si Captain Tagore, sila ang pinakauna. Crime scene. Sabi
Yes,
mo,
sir.
nandun kayo, hindi kayo umalis.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nung pinagpupulot nila ni Captain Tagore yung mga baril doon, bakit hindi nyo sila pinigilan?
Kaya nga, Your Honor, kasi yung sa tingin ko, yung right person, yung suko, Your Honor. Yung suko po, Your Honor, ang hinintay namin. Kaya hinayaan po namin sila. At the same time, mahirap na po, Your Honor. Baka kung kinausap namin sila, baka magkaroon na naman ng bakbakan, Your Honor. Kaya buti na po yung hindi may part 2, kumaga, Your Honor.
Okay. Captain Tagore, for the record, ano yung mga armas na pinulot ninyo doon sa sasakyan o kaya sa vicinity ng sasakyan pagdating ninyo? Kasi hindi na na-record ng suko ito Ano yung mga armas na nakuha ninyo doon na pinagmamayarian ng kasama ninyong namatay?
Sir, good morning, sir. Yung ang pinakialaman ko lang po doon na pinulot is yung nakalagay po doon sa sidewalk, Your Honor. Dahil
ano yun? Ano?
Yung 9mm na pistol po, Your Honor. At saka yung isang M16 po.
Kanino yun? Kanino yung 9mm?
Hindi ko po, sa oras po na yun, Your Honor, hindi ko po alam na kung kanino po yung 9mm na po yun.
Pero ngayon, alam na ninyo kung sino may-ari doon. May mga asawa, may mga superior officer yung mga tao na yun. Nag-claim na yun sa mga gamit nila. Kanino yung 9mm na sabi mo? Sino ba nagsabi na merong silencer, suppressor? Yun ba yun?
Yan po yun, Your Honor.
So kanino yun?
Ang pagkaalam ko po, Your Honor, is kay Major Indamog.
Major Indamog, saan mo
Yes,
napulot?
sir, Your Honor. Nasa sidewalk po, Your Honor. Nasa tapat po ng second door. Nasa yung, kung makikita nyo po yung sinasabi po ni Atty. kanina na Juan, yung sasakyan po ito, tapos may sidewalk po dito, tapos sa tapihan. Dito po sa sidewalk ko po napulot yung 9mm na yun, Your Honor.
So, kayong nandun, Mandangan, Pajiri, bakit nandun sa sidewalk ang baril ni nananimim ni Major Indamog?
Hindi ko na po nakita yun, Your Honor. Hindi ko nakita yun, Your Honor.
Hindi ninyo nilagay yun doon sa sidewalk?
Negative, Your Honor.
Hindi nyo kinuha sa loob ng sasakyan, nilagay sa sidewalk?
Negative po, Your Honor.
Okay. Ano pa, Captain Tagore, ano pang ibang armas na nakuha nyo doon?
Yung isa po, sir, ang nagpaalam sa akin, sir, is yung taga-air na tropa rin po nung namatay, sir. Yan po. Siya po yung nagsabi sa akin, sir, pwede ko bang kunin yung baril ko? Sabi niya, sir. Kasi baril po niya yung nakalagay po doon, sir.
Anong klaseng baril?
R4 po, sir, na pan. R4.
R4, M4, yung...
Iba po yung M4, sir, at saka R4, sir.
Basta long firearm?
Remington po, sir. Yes, sir. Parang M4 din po, sir.
Remington?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mayroong isang ganun kinuha mo?
Ang nagpaalam po sa akin, Your Honor, is si Corporal Salsain, Your Honor. Yung kasamahan po nung mga namatay doon sa incident, Your Honor.
Ano pa?
Yan na po, Your Honor. Ang alam ko po na na doon is si Colonel Bacala. So, humingi na siya ng clearance kay PD that time kung pwede naming kunin yung mga gamit po doon, Your Honor.
Yung USI, yung sinasabi nung...
Nakita ko po yung OC, Your Honor, hindi ko po siya ginalaw. Actually, nandun po sa loob, sa may upuan, sa may loob, nakasiksik sa may ng driver. Your Honor, yung OC po.
Kinuha rin.
Inilabas, kinuha na po nung nagkaroon na ng nilabas na po yung OC nung nagkaroon na ng clearance na po, kung pwede namin kunin lahat yung laman po nung Montero, Your Honor. Kasi, Your Honor, hindi po namin ginalaw muna yung nasa loob, Your Honor. Dahil sabi nga nila may parating na soko. Pero nung medyo nalaman na namin na PNP yung bumaril doon sa mga kasama namin, so medyo nagkakaroon na po ng commotion, nagkakaroon na ng medyo hindi na pagkakakuan doon, sir. Nagpaalam po si Sir Bacala na kung pwede kunin po yung mga gamit po na importante doon sa sasakyan, which is pumayag naman po, sir, si Colonel Bawayan, sir. Sa oras na po yan.
Oh, but hindi nag-come across sa isip mo yon na this is a crime scene. This has to be preserved. Hindi pumasok sa isip mo yan?
Your Honor, sa dami pong operations na kasama ko po yung PNP, always. Marami po kaming operations na matagumpay. Kasama ko po yung mga PNP. Alam ko po na crime scene yan. But, talking po sa situation po sa SULU, Your Honor, and then sa situation po na nangyari yung ganun sa kasama namin, na wherein ang situation po is ang pagkaalam ko is ESG yung dumanat sa kanila. It is our instinct sa mga sundalong tulad ko, sir, na i-secure yung tropa, and then second on that is i-secure yung mga government properties, kung ano man po yung mga yun, sir, Your Honor. Yun po.
Thank you. Maraming salamat.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. Follow-up question po, siguro una kay Chief PNP, tapos follow-up questions kay Attorney Degamo ng NBI. Director General Gamboa.
Yes, ma'am.
Salamat, sir. Ano po ba yung standard operating procedures o rules of engagement ng ating kapulisan pagdating sa pagsita sa mga mamamayan na nasa sasakyan? Ayaw naman kasi natin na natatakot na yung unang impulse ay not to subdue but to kill, no? So baka kailangan ba ng retraining yung ating kapulisan? Ganito rin kasi, 'di ba, yung nangyari sa kaso ni Corporal Winston Ragos, where it seems that the use of deadly force was not made as a last resort but as the first option. So ano po ba yung SOPs and kailangan ba kaya ng retraining?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. On the part of the Philippine National Police, ang procedure talaga is, of course, to kagaya no, self and probably show your identification, no? But kung magiging hostile ang situation, the next step would be, of course, for the PNP to be on guard of subsequent incident that's going to happen. Now, basically, of course, on the case of Ragos, on this case in Holo, there's I think part of the Board of Inquiry on the part of the Philippine National Police is, sa tingin namin, ma'am, when you do an arrest, no, as a police officer, ang meron ka lang is, of course, persuasion, and the next option would be firearm. So yun yung logical sequence of how you're going to use your person in arresting a suspect or an accused. Now, part of the Philippine National Police, sabi ko nga, it's high time that we start to procure non-lethal weapons. No? There are suggestions na merong pepper spray, and then merong taser gun, and then may baton, and then yung firearm. So that logically, a police officer would have different options to the firearms. True enough, we haven't really provided in the Philippine National Police these basic non-lethal weapons. Kasi ang alam lang natin, i-persuade mo, pag hindi, what will be your next option? Is already yung firearm. So, as a way of moving forward, there's a necessity first of course, after the persuasion, the ability of policemen to assess the situation. Second would be, of course, the use of martial arts, which is, again, I think not have been a mandatory or a habit of even police officers who are on the front line. And then, provision of non-lethal weapons. So, pwede tayong pepper and then taser gun or even the baton. No? Para last resort niya yung firearm. Of course, this is granting that he has the option to think in so short a time. Exercising these different options. So ako, ma'am, on the part of the Philippine National Police, I already required the Directorate for Logistics to take a look and already program as part of basic police uniforms, especially those who are on the front line, who are usually causing arrest of persons, to have these options with him. Kasi kung wala yung options na yun nga, after the persuasion, kung hindi, the possible option would be firearm. Of course, every police officer would know that when you want to subdue, when you want to control an accused or a suspect, apply only the equal force necessary. So, yun, ma'am, on the part of the PNP ang sa tingin kong dapat gagawin.
Mr. Chair, na-appreciate ko yung bahagi rin ng sagot ni Chief PNP about actually anticipating yung huling-huling tanong ko for today na what would be their recommendations para mapigilan ang ganitong mga insidente mangyari muli. But just particularly on this Holo incident, Chief PNP, sa tingin niyo po ba ay na-exhaust yung persuasion bago umabot sa paggamit nga ng firearms or lethal weapons.
Ma'am, I'm prepared actually to deliver the specific points I want to air on the three aspects that the good chairman would like to solve or at least discuss at the end of the session. So, ma'am,
Alright, Mr. Chair, I can wait for that. Opo. If Mr. Chair, if I may, while we are waiting for the presentation of Chief PNP, just follow-up questions, last follow-up questions kay Attorney Degamo sa NBI. Mr. Chair.
Right.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair. Attorney Degamo, batay po sa investigasyon ninyo, what and who are the major personalities and organizations involved in this incident?
Ma'am, we are looking at the members of the Philippine National Police and the Philippine Army, ma'am. Looking into also on some details of the investigation, various departments lang po naman ng parehong institusyon ang tinitingnan natin. We are not looking at any other organizations for that matter insofar as our investigation is involved.
In that case, Attorney, yung follow-up question ko kasi ay based pa rin sa investigation nyo, is there any link to other illegal activities such as drugs, unlawful syndicated operations, o iba pa na nag-i-impact or nag-serve ng context sa incident na ito?
Insofar as the Bureau is concerned, ma'am, we would like to emphasize that the investigation actually focused on the murder, the shooting incident at SULU. Although the Bureau would like to say that it received information as regards allegations on illegal drugs, as also may be found in news reports dated March 2020, the Bureau would like to say and emphasize that we do not possess confirmed intelligence as regards those information received. And therefore, being an investigative body, we would like to defer commenting on those allegations, ma'am.
Loud and clear, Attorney. So hindi po nagpo-possess ng evidence ang Bureau sa ngayon tungkol sa ganyang mga bali-balita. Pero hindi nyo pa rin dinidiscount totally sa kabuuang investigasyon o findings ninyo, at least as of today.
As of today, ma'am, the National Bureau of Investigation do not possess any evidence as to those allegations and therefore would not say that it discounts or would not say that those are untrue. Sa punto pong ito, ang Bureau po ay would like to defer commenting on those matters, ma'am.
Salamat, Attorney. And may involvement kaya dito sa insidenteng ito, yung binanggit ng isang Army official kanina, forgive me Mr. Chair, hindi ko maalala kung sino exactly, pero may involvement kaya dito ang local terrorist groups? For example, mga elemento ng Abu Sayyaf group, yun yung binanggit ng isang Army official kanina. Meron po bang ganong kaalaman ng Bureau sa ngayon, Attorney?
Sa punto po kayo, ma'am, ang nais lang pong sabihin ng Bureau ay tungkol lang po sa nangyari na shooting incident. As regards the involvement of the group have been alleged by the members of the Philippine Army or the Philippine National Police, wala pong maibibigay na komento ang National Bureau of Investigation.
Understood, ma'am. And last po, yung pareho ko ring tanong kay Chief PNP Gamboa kanina, what would be the Bureau's recommendation to prevent similar incidents from happening? At considering din po syempre at conscious kami dyan dito sa Senado, considering the secrecy or confidentiality required in intel operations.
Ma'am?
Yes, Attorney.
As
Any
regards
recommendations?
Yes,
Opo.
as regards any recommendation coming from the National Bureau of Investigation, I would like to refer that question to our Deputy Director, ma'am, Attorney Pagatan. Thank you po.
Salamat, Attorney. Chair, kung maaari daw po si Attorney Pagatan.
Is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We appreciate the question of Senator Ontiveros. And on the matter of coordination, I would like to
is that the Bureau be given an ample time to come up with comprehensive recommendations that we can fully study and come with an official report reviewed by our legal division. And we commit that after coming out with the report, we will
So attorney, bukod po sa binanggit niyong coordination, hindi pa po kayo handa sabihin sa aming komite yung mga rekomendasyon ng NBI para hindi na maulit yung ganitong insidente?
Ma'am, I can cite is the procedure for the NBI. We have law enforcement action like service of search warrant, arrest. What we do is we prepare a written coordination addressed to the local police for them to be aware of an ongoing law enforcement action by the Bureau. But on low-profile activity like investigation of witnesses, we do away with the coordination because we believe that such low-profile activity will not stir suspicion, do not stir attention of the public. So in most cases, we coordinate with the PNP on law enforcement actions. As I said, service of warrants, arrests, and the like.
Salamat. I'm sorry. Yes, attorney.
You have this in formal form, meaning written coordination. You have it received before the local PNP. And usually we cite the search warrant issued by the judge, also the general location of the operation. Not necessarily mentioning the exact location of the for the operation, but the general location of the operation.
Salamat, Attorney Pagatpat. Chair, na-appreciate ko po yung puntong sinabi nila, lalo na yung sinabi nilang yung ganitong mga so-called low-profile operations are not expected to arouse suspicion in the public. Kaya lalong nakapagtataka na it aroused so much suspicion dito sa siyam na personnel na recommended for prosecution to the point na umabot sa mapatay yung 4 na army officials and personnel who were conducting what even the NBI might characterize as a low-profile operation. Huling follow-up question pala kay Attorney Degamo. Ma'am, are you in a position to describe the relationship of the local Holo police and residents of Holo?
Thank you for the question, ma'am. I am in no position to describe the relation locals or residents of Holo and the police officers therein, ma'am. Considering that we were only there for a number of days, and therefore the National Bureau of Investigation, insofar as I am concerned, cannot issue any statement as regards that, ma'am.
Salamat, Attorney Degamo. Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair.
Senator Tolentino.
Yes, Mr. Chair. With the permission of this honorable committee. Pasensya na po kayo, palabas-labas kasi ako, multitasking. Kaya hindi ko na rinig yung iba, but a word struck my imagination. Narinig ko po paulit-ulit yung salita nagkaputukan kay Attorney Degamo. Are you still there? Pwede ba malaman kung talagang was there an exchange of fire from both the deceased and the accused here right now? May sagutan ba ng putok? Kasi naririnig ko kanina nagkaputukan.
Thank you for the question, Your Honor, sir. Based on the investigation conducted by the members of the NBI, we noted that all shots fired recovered from the crime scene and from the caliber of Major Indamog matched the firearms of 4 subjects from the members of the Philippine National Police. That being the case, we conclude that there indeed was shots coming from the members of the Philippine Army.
So yung ma'am, yung salitang nagkaputukan, siguro mas magandang i-correct yun, nagputukan. Kasi nagkaputukan, nagkasagutan ng putok yun. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir. That is correct, sir. Nagkaputukan in understanding two sets or two individuals coming.
So kasi kanina po ma'am, narinig ko yung ilang miyembro ng kapulisan ng SULU ang sinasabi lagi nagkaputukan. So, ang ibig sabihin nila siguro, baka hindi naman kabisado talaga ang lingwahen Tagalog, yung putukan na galing sa kanilang mga armas. Tama po ba yan?
Maari pong
Mr. Chairman,
as the Bureau is concerned, so far as the Bureau is concerned, are concerned, the spent cartridges or the spent shells, the cartridges matched only the firearms of the members of the Philippine National Police and none from the members of the Philippine Army.
Thank you, Attorney. Mr. Chairman, ako po siguro ay magpapaalam na. Pasensya na po kayo kanina. I may have made some mistakes. Mea culpa when I mentioned that cases were already filed. So it now behooves upon the Department of Justice to really act fast in filing the appropriate cases. As mentioned a while ago by General Gapay, that justice is really needed soon and fast. But Mr. Chairman, I still maintain, with all due respect to Chief PNP, my good friend General Gamboa, that when it comes to proceedings in the Senate, in a committee, the rules of the Senate would be plenary, and comprehensive. Meaning to say, the committee dictate who will be invited, the terms of the investigation, and with all due respect, even the dress code. So I might have made a mistake, but that was just a suggestion. Pwedeng nasabi ko siguro mag-t-shirt ng detainee, pwede naman po sigurong magsuot na rin ng civilian. Kagaya ng operation na nangyari sa Hulo, naka-civilian din naman yung iba. Having said that, Mr. Chairman, I congratulate you for initiating this committee hearing, and I personally thank all the resource persons, including Generals Gapay and Generals Gapay and Gamboa. Sana po matapos na ito, and pagkatapos po nito, as we move forward, strict implementation of protocols concerning joint actions, interoperability actions involving AFP and PNP should be strictly observed as we pursue one direction, having a safe and peaceful community. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. I'm now preparing to go to the Senate, and I congratulate you in advance for conducting this committee hearing.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino. And how I wish andito ka. And anyway, pupunta ka rin naman dito eh. From here, may we hear from General Subihana? You have something to say? You were then the Western Commander, right? During the incident? Please go ahead. You have something to say?
Yes, sir. Honorable Chair and other honorable members of this joint Senate committee hearing. I am Lieutenant General Subihana, the former commander of the Western Mindanao Command when this incident happened, and I'm now the commanding general of the Philippine Army. Well, our interest really, sir, is to ferry out the truth and give justice to our four faithful soldiers. And that's why, sir, we are very happy that the National Bureau of Investigation came out with their report, and it indicates that there was really a murder being committed by the suspects, and we are praying, sir, that appropriate charges should be filed immediately. And as the former commander of West Mincom, sir, I orchestrate our campaign against the various threat groups And I would like to manifest that the operation that Major Indamog had conducted was a legitimate one. We were targeting the two female suspects of suicide bombing, and we do not want that bombing incident happens again in SULU. That's why we were really trying our best to get them and prevent them from doing their hostile plans. Now that we are here discussing about this matter, I hope, sir, that everything will be cleared. Proper charges, as what I've said, should be filed, and mechanisms, if there's a need for us to add, should be made to ensure that proper coordination is undertaken, thus preventing similar incident from happening in the future. Right now, sir, I should say that at the tactical level, we have the Metro Holo Interagency Task Group, which I created when I was the commander of Joint Task Force SULU. The reason for being, sir, is that there should be a very good coordination among stakeholders in all our security efforts in the municipality of Holo. And on top of that, sir, we have the JAPIC and the GPSCC as our venue for coordination. If we are trying to review those mechanisms, I think it's enough. But then for the purpose of this undertaking, if we can come up for more mechanisms to ensure that everything, all operations are done with a very close coordination, so that we are sure of addressing whatever things we want to address, like for example, preventing suicide bombers from doing their hostile plans, and some other things that are not security related in nature. Because the Metro Holo Interagency Task Group, sir, is composed of other agencies of the government, like for example, the DSWD, the Department of Health, the DILG, and others. So hindi lamang, sir, security ang pinag-uusapan dito, kundi kung ano pa yung mga serbisyo na may pamimigay natin sa ating mga kababayan. Yun lang po ang masabi ko, sir, for this particular hearing. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, General Subiana. You know, when you say enough, I would rather say more than enough, if only being utilized properly by our troops on the ground. Kung ginagamit naman, I can vividly recall nung ako'y provincial director, nung ako'y chief of police ng munisipyo, nung ako'y intelligence officer ng Davao City Police Office. Halos lahat ng operative ng Davao City Police at ng operative ng MIG, ng ISU, ng Air Intelligence, Naval Intelligence, ng ARTO, ng NBI, Intelligence ng PDEA, halos magkakilala yan dahil alam nyo, kayo pag gumagawa kayo ng mga OB workshop, di ba? Gumagawa din mga OB workshop at during that workshop, nagsama-sama tayo. Lahat ng operative ng ganito, dito, halo-halo tayo. So nagkakilala. Ewan ko kung ginagawa ba ito sa Hulo. Pwede. Ginagawa ba niyo sa Hulo ito? Yung mga activities na ito? These are mechanism to ensure na maganda yung ating coordination.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, good morning po. I'm Police Colonel Bawayam, the current OIC of SULU Police Provincial Office. On your question, sir, yes, sir. As a matter of fact, sir, the last JAPIC the provincial PSR validation workshop was conducted just June 12, 2020, sir, at the 11th ID, sir.
Oh, yun dun. Kung nagkikita kayo dun mukha sa mukha, yan, workshop yan eh. Nagkikita kayo. So, dapat, hindi na mangyari itong ganito. Very unfortunate. Anyway, General Binloan, can we hear something from you? You were the former 11th ID commander, right?
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
Honorable Chair, good afternoon, sir. Just like Chief of Staff and the CGP, I am very grateful for having this committee hearing because I have a commitment with my troops also that truth shall come out and then justice be served. Actually, I also talked with the relatives of Corporal Astula. One of them is to an army, to talk with his relatives not to avenge their relative. So, ang sabi lang nila, sir, basta yung hustisya may bigay sa kanila, hindi kami gaganti. Ganun, sir. And with regards to the operations, actually, I was the one who decided to publicly announce it because when I weighed the possible outcome, when I asked the intel units if we can pinpoint the location of the two female suicide bombers, kasi sabi nila within 2 days it would be executed. When the intel group told me that they are not sure to pinpoint it before the execution of the suicide bombing, I instructed Colonel Bautista to talk with the barangay captains, the mayor, the chief of police, and then the PD to announce it. Kasi kung hindi mo ma-announce ito, baka pagsasabog, mas maganda yung na-compromise yung operation instead na ma-execute yung bombing, sir. So, that's why Colonel Bautista requested that meeting. Actually, sabi ko kay Colonel Bautista, tinext ko siya, baka pwede nating itukhang yung mga bahay. Because the barangay captains identified the boarding houses na pwedeng puntahan ng mga yung two suicide, yung female suicide bombers. So, yun, sinabihan ko siya kung pwede na katukin isa-isa yung mga ginawa naman nila, sir. So, with this, maraming salamat sa itong pagkandak ng pagtawag sa amin, sir, for this committee hearing, sir.
Thank you very much, General Biluan. General Gamboa is smiling while you are talking. Because I can read his mind. Sabi niya, malaking improvement yung aming produkto. Product of Alpha Company, ha? Thank you very much. Well, when you say, yung plano mo sana na itukhang yung community na suspected niyo na nandoon yung suicide bomber, alam mo kung kiniri out mo yun, baka hindi namatay yung apat. Mas maganda sana ginawa nyo at sinabihan nyo yung local police kasi expert sa tukhang itong mga police na ito. Yung house to house na pagkakatok, alam nila yung kung sino nakatira sa bahay-bahay na yan. Kinumisyon ninyo yung police, samahan nyo kami, tukhangin natin itong mga bahay na ito, usapin natin na kung sino mga nandyan sa loob. Very good sana yun kung ginawa ninyo. Yung police, maganda samahan yun. Police at army, pupunta sa mga bahay-bahay, kakatok. ito yung picture ng suicide bomber na babae. Baka pupunta dito, titira sa bahay nyo. Huwag niyong papasukin. Parang ganun ba? It could have been a different outcome kung tinuloy nyo yan.
Mr. Chair.
Yes?
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. Although I think it's really unfortunate na nabanggit na naman yung tokhang kasi sa ibang related issue ay talagang mas nakadala ng bulabog, trauma sa mga mamamayan. Pero I'd like to ask follow-up question kay General Vinluan. Kasi yung appreciation ko halimbawa dun sa pagkakaroon ng Army, ng Armed Forces, ng mga grupo katulad ng yung SIGINT na sinasabi sa information, ay dahil in fact meron kayong mas scientific na mga pamamaraan na tukuyin at hulihin o arestuhin yung mga identified nyo as threats, lalo na sa mga usapin tulad ng suicide bombing and other terrorist actions. Kayo po, General Vinluan, yung tanong ko po kanina kay Attorney Degamo sa NBI, sa tingin niyo po ba may involvement kaya sa shooting incident na ito yung mga local terrorist groups na binanggit din ng isang Army colleague nyo kanina? May involvement kaya yung mga local terrorist groups, halimbawa mga elemento ng Abu Sayyaf group sa nangyaring shooting incident na ito?
Magandang hapon, ma'am.
Magandang hapon.
Actually, hindi ko ma-speculate kung may involvement yung local terrorist group the incident. Ang nakita namin dito, tulad ng sinabi ni Chairman, yung miscoordination lang siguro.
Salamat, General Vinluan. Mr. Chair, I think I would, with all due respect, beg to disagree na matter of simple miscoordination kasi kahit pagtitingnan natin halimbawa yung information na natanggap ko in relation sa recommended nga for prosecution yung siyam na tao for the very 6 of them for the very serious crime of 4 counts of murder. 9 of them pala, Mr. Chair. Sa halimbawa, yung the elements of murder are present in this case. All 4 succumbed to gunshot wounds in their back and extremities. 9 police officers admitted their involvement in the shooting incident, and the killing of the victims was attended by treachery and abuse of superior strength. I mean, actually, Mr. Chair, kahit sa isang civilian tulad ko, common sense, kung talagang nagkaroon ng barilan, exchange of fire, na pinasinungalingan na ng negative results on the nitrates, gunpowder nitrates examination na walang gunpowder nitrates traces sa kanan at kaliwang mga kamay ng 4 na napatay. I mean, how is it possible na kung talagang may exchange of fire na yung mga tama nung 4 na napatay ay panay sa likod at saka sa extremities nila? So it really beggars belief, Mr. Chair. At talagang pakiramdam ko parang we were where we were kaninang 9 a.m. nung nagsimula tayo. Hindi pa rin nasasabi yung buong katotohanan sa atin at hindi pa natin nalalaman, Mr. Chair.
Well, Senator Risa, yung my appreciation in the testimonies given by the, how do we call them, or resource person / accused na mga siyam na police officers, hindi naman nila sinasabi na pinutukan sila ni Major Indamog. Ang sabi lang nila, lalo na si Patrol Mandangan, na inangat lang daw yung armas, kaya inunahan niya pinutukan. So wala sinabing nagkakaputukan, walang sinabing there was exchange of fire. So that's how the chairman interprets the statements of these resource persons, which was later corrected by Senator Tolentino. Kasi pag sinabi mo nagkaputukan, exchange of fire. Pero, well, hindi man tayo pure Tagalog, itong mga tausog na ito at saka itong Bisaya na chairman, hindi gaanong kwan sa Tagalog, pero pag sinabing nagkaputukan, ang ibig sabihin siguro nila, nagkaputukan. Marami sila pumutok. Yung ilan ba yung pulis na doon na pumutok? But not necessarily na may pumutok doon galing kay Major Indamog na bumaba sa sasakyan. So yan ang aking appreciation doon. Inunahan nila nung umangat yung baril. That's how I understand it.
And I appreciate the interpretation of the chair, but citing also yung ibang information na in fact, nakataas yung kamay ni Major Indamog, tinataas pa daw nila yung kanilang t-shirt para ipakitang ni walang nakasukbit na baril, let alone a long arm or a heavy firearm. Kaya ako po sinasabi, Mr. Chair, na kahit sa kung patapos yung unang pagdinig na ito na meron tayong mga nalaman pero meron pang mga importanteng hindi natin nalalaman, Mr. Chair.
Well, sa ngayon, they stand by their statement na may dalang baril daw si Major Indamog pagbaba. So, doon na yan sa korte nila isettle dahil according to the investigation of NBI, wala man talaga. Walang dalang baril si Major Indamog. Tanong na natin sila kung wala ba talagang dala, sabi nila may dala. So, that remains to be seen. Basta kinlaro ko sa inyo, kayo siyam, na you can be cited for contempt kung kayo ay nagsisinungaling dito. Ha? Alam niyo yan. Dapat magsasabi kayo ng totoo. Okay? Thank you. Anymore, General Gambo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to recap on my impression of this Senate hearing. But before I lay down my thoughts on the three main topics that you want tackled for this committee hearing, I want to make it straight that the revelations made by the National Bureau of Investigation is on the side of the evidences that they have gathered. This may be necessary in filing the appropriate case as they have determined murder case against the 9. But please take note that at the time that the NBI conducted their investigation, the 9 policemen from Holo did not air their side because probably upon the advice of their counsel. So the conclusions or maybe the basis of NBI in filing the appropriate charges to these 9 are based on the evidences, both material and testimonial, that they have gathered in the course of their investigation. Now, so I suggest that that portion of criminal charges will be tackled by the courts. Let them determine whether the 9 policemen are really guilty of those charges against them. On a larger perspective, on the
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. Before the Chief PNP continues, pwede bang immediate follow-up question lang dun sa most recent point nila?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Chief PNP, nabanggit po kasi ninyo yung mga counsel ng mga recommended for prosecution. Sino po yung mga abogado ng if ever magiging respondent PNP? Meron po bang formally nag-enter ng appearance nila as defense counsel?
For the information of the committee, Mr. Chairman, we have 2 lawyers here who have assisted the 9 from the very beginning. Maybe introduce them.
You are attorney Meltino Haujan Sibulan? Sino ito? Sibulan. The other one is attorney Aquino Sajili. Gadong. Yes, Senator Risa.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. And lastly, kay Chief PNP, pero administratively po ba, nakasuspend po ba yung siyam na recommended for prosecution?
No.
Thank you, Chief PNP, and thank you, Mr. Chair. May I just ask through the committee, bakit hindi sila administratively suspended man lang, considering na gaya ng sinabi ni na AFP Chief of Staff, halos 2 buwan na mula nung insidente at may ganitong mga sinabing ulat ni NBI Attorney Tegamo kanina na they are in fact recommended for prosecution on very serious crimes of murder, planting of evidence, neglect of duty under the doctrine of command responsibility. Kasi po, Mr. Chair and Chief PNP, kung hindi sila administratively suspended, so they are still performing their functions almost 2 months after this shooting incident?
Can you respond, Chief PNP?
They are not administratively suspended because we cannot do so. There is a due process of law. Ang sinabi ko nga kanina, Mr. Chair, the Chief PNP's power, or even the regional director or the provincial director, is only restrictive custody. That's the most that we can do under our regulation. We cannot even detain them. We cannot even preventively suspend them unless there's due process. So what happens is that charges are filed, investigated, and if they are found guilty of the administrative charge, then they can be suspended. But there is no such thing as suspension prior to any administrative proceeding. We cannot do that in the PNP. So probably that's one of my points on my recap.
I'll just follow up after the presentation of the Chief PNP kasi hindi ko ma-imagine na halos 2 buwan, Mr. Chair, pagkatapos ng ganyang shooting incident na 4 ang napatay at hanggang ngayon naghihintay ng katarungan yung mga pamilya nila bukod pa sa Philippine Army at AFP ay ni walang pagbabago sa status nila or ina-administer pa rin nila yung mga duties nila bilang kapulisan after this shooting incident, Mr. Chair. I will wait for the presentation.
Hindi na sila nagpe-perform as police na preventive ano tawag mo? Sinabi mo kanina?
Restrictive custody.
Restrictive custody. Restrictive custody. They are confined. They are restricted to a certain place in the national headquarters, but they are not detained.
Nasa restrictive custody po ba sila ngayon, Mr. Chair?
Yes. Yes.
They are under restrictive custody.
After nangyari, the following day, right? Yes. After nung nangyari, the following day, they were placed under restrictive custody by the national headquarters.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Then with the committee, I await the presentation of Chief PNP kung ano pa kaya yung tingin nilang rekomendasyon para hindi na muling mangyari yung ganitong insidente.
Yeah, thank you. But before we hear the Chief PNP, I would like to ask Ato Cambulo, the ES, if he has something to say. Natanggap na ba niya yung recommendation galing from NBI in order for him to proceed the administrative aspect of this case? Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Now, we received the investigation report of the NBI last week, while the administrative proceedings on the pre-charge investigation, similar to the fiscal preliminary investigation. But upon the processes of the counter affidavit and examinations of the statement of the witnesses, we found out that there are other respondents to be charged, like the Sergeant Samsi, the Comel of the PPO, because he mishandled the flash alarm that would prevent sana kung kung ginawa pa niya yung trabaho niya na i-inform yung mga unit Montero XSL 259 yung ginagamit ng mga nasawi. Sana ma-prevent po yun at malaman sana na yun ay friendly forces. And then pangalawa po, the additional charges against the Chief of Police, although he was absent during the time
because according to the statement of the head of the Metro Polo Interagency Task Force, that there was a prior coordination. But then, as testified by the personnel of the Polo Police Station, there was no relay of the informations and no directives to the intelligence officers, Sergeant Tusulan, to coordinate with their counterpart of the Armed Forces of the Philippines so that these things can be prevented. And another respondent, Your Honor, the three personnel manning the checkpoint, which are superior officer than the personnel involved in the shooting incident, who allowed to take over and control the checkpoint, Your Honor, because we have standing POP, standard operating procedures regarding the conduct of the checkpoint. If he did not allow this personnel doon sa involved ng shooting incident, they were apprehensive, baka sila ay tinatrabaho, sana, Your Honor, mapiprevent din siguro itong incident nito. That's why we include in our charges, and we're waiting with our regional offices in Rias Barn to look into the matter so that they can charge them jointly with the personnel which was recommended by the NBI to be charged. And after that, Your Honor, this is the time that once we file the formal complaint against these respondents, that's the time that under the role of the NAPOLCOM, governing the dispositions of administrative cases against respondent uniformed police personnel, that's the time, Your Honor, that the TPNP can preventively suspend the respondent, Your Honor. As of now, Your Honor, as mentioned by the TPNP, the only power that he can exercise is the restrictive custody, meaning they are still police. They will perform duties as a policeman, but their movement is restricted to ensure that their presence during investigation is nandyan po sila, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Attorney Triambulo. I would agree with you na yung si Sergeant Samsi, yung operator ng radyo, kung may due diligence lang sana siya, yung nangyari doon, meron pala siyang counterpart doon na army. Radio room. Nung natanggap niya yung information, kung sinabihan sana niyo yung army, pakitanong nga doon sa headquarters niyo kung sa inyo ba itong sasakyan, itong Montero na ito na hinahabol ng mga taga-PDEO. Sana na-resolve na kagad yun nung 26 pa lang ng gabi. Tapos na yun, hindi naabot sa 29 yung suspitsahan nila. Dapat sinabihan niya yung sarhinto doon, check na nyo doon sa inyo sa army kung sa inyo ba ito. Pero hindi niya sinabihan yung army. So doon tayo nagkulang. Well, may gusto ka sabihin, General Bautista? Please go ahead.
Sir, Your Honor, sir, that tech ban, that Montero, has been in SULU more than 3 months doing surveillance jobs there. That tech ban, sir, is not new in that place. The operation, sir, was not entirely, for my end, sir, was not entirely an intelligence operation. It is a raid operation to be conducted on that fateful day, 29. The tech ban is just a component of my intelligence that I got. And that tech ban should be there in the place to determine the exact location of the two bombers by means of the technology we have. Unfortunately, yun po yung nabangga ng hapon na yon. But that tech ban said that Montero, sir, parked in front of the police station of Walo on the Sunday 28 because we believe that June 28 was the D-Day for the bombing that coincide the of the first Filipino bomber that conducted also in SULU, of which we suspect the wife of Norman, yung first Filipino bomber, will conduct the said bombing. So that tech band was doing its intel job, the tech intelligence more than 3 months in Policemen. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, salamat kayo Mr. Chair. Follow-up question lang kay General Bautista. Sir, sabi po ninyo, 5 months nang 3 months na nasa holo yung Montero na iyan, nasakay ni na Major Indamog that fateful day. So ibig sabihin, hindi na siya bagong sasakyan kahit sa kaalaman ng PNP. At hindi dapat sila parang nagsuspetsya doon kahit dumaan sa checkpoint at kahit tumuloy sa police station. Yun ba yung implikasyon ng sinabi nyo na ilang buwan nang andun sa area, sa holo, yung Montero na iyan, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yung ibig kong sabihin, ma'am, na from May 24, we conducted 6 operations na combat operation or raid operation. Nakasama po yung Techman. So, from that, May 24 hanggang 29, sir, nandyan po yung Techman. Nakikita po yun ng halos lahat ng mga security forces.
So, Mr. Chair, that's very important kasi ibig sabihin, wala dapat reasonableng dahilan na pagsuspetsahan, let alone hindi paniwalaan kung nag-identify sina Major Indamog bilang tropa at tutukan ng baril, no? As we've heard in the testimonies of the earlier resource person. So, General Bautista, the mere fact that sina Major Indamog introduced themselves, coordination na po yun, hindi po ba?
Yes, ma'am.
So, coordination na po yun. So, any reasonable person, lalo na po kayong mga high military officials at kahit kaming mga civilian, magtatanong talaga kami, ano bang intensyon nitong lahat? So, what was the decision point? May pwedeng magtanong na, was it ego tripping? Or, yun na nga, yung tinanong ko rin kina Police Senior Master Sergeant Pajiri kanina, may utos ba? No? Who called the shots? May utos ba na patayin yung mga sundalo? Do you have any thoughts about that, General Bautista?
Pareho, ma'am, sa inyo, ma'am, malaking question mark po nangyari. Hindi po namin nakalain na mangyari yun, ma'am, because every time na we conduct operation, smooth naman po yung worry lang namin, ma'am, is leakage of the information. Kaya nga, ma'am, nag-decide si General Tutuan na kalat yung information that we are tracking the suicide bombing by yung technology we have. Kaya po yung meeting po doon sa CPO ay strictly emphasize na we are tracking the suicide bombing by sa cellphone. Kaya nga po, nag-humingi kami ng tulong sa lahat ng mga barangay captains na ituro sa amin yung yung mga boarding house na possible hiding place nila. Kaya po yung umaga po yun, lumakad po yung mga barangays and mga tanod and mga, I don't know kung may police doon, pero yung sundalo, inaituro na lugar. Pinitahan nyo po yung lugar po. Doon po yung nakita doon sa conversation sa text na may pumunta mga tao doon malapit sa lugar niya. So, pinadeploy namin po yung tech van doon sa area para ma-pinpoint exact it so happen na across mga 20 meters lang, there's also a police station ng Patikul po sa Maubo. Kaya safe na safe yung tropa doon na magtambay. But hindi ko lang po akong, I'm not sure what had happened. Ang instruction po doon to stay there and wait for the uniform troops to cordon the place and we will do the raid. But unfortunately, that van went out of the area. Kaya po na-checkpoint po siya doon sa may bus-bus po and eventually doon sa police station and tapat ng fire station.
Salamat, General Bautista. And Chair, ipapanote ko na lang po, please, Chair, na very consistent po yung mga sinasabi sa atin ni na General Binluan, General Sobehana, and now General Bautista, no, na sustained yung kanilang coordination tungkol sa kanilang sinasagawang operations. And even that very seemingly small but I think important detail na isang buwan na pamilyar na site sa area yung sasakyang iyon and should not have raised suspicions sa checkpoint, let alone mag-degenerate into mapatay yung 4 na Army officers and personnel. So bumabalik talaga sa tanong, no, yung ano yung intention nitong lahat, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Noted, Senator Risa. Andito naman lang yung Chief of Police. Tanungin kita, kilala mo ba yung technical ban ng ginagamit nila na Gray Montero? Identified mo ba yun na belonging to the Army?
No, Your Honor. Hindi po namin kilala yun na belong sa Army po.
Kayong Siam, sino sa inyo nakakilala doon sa technical ban na yun, na Gray? As belonging to the ISU. Kilala nyo? Sino nakakilala?
Negative, Your Honor.
Ikaw, intelligence sa Susulan. Saan si Susulan? Intel ka ng Municipal Police Station. Kilala mo yung ban na yun na Gray as belonging to the ISU? Hindi. Okay. Thank you. So, kulang pa rin. Anyway, you want to, you have the floor, General Gamboa, for your piece.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So again, as I have stated, let the criminal case be taken up by NBI, which we will fully respect kung ano yung magiging results, and if appropriate information will be filed in court. At sabi ko na nga, if warrants of arrest or commitment orders will be issued to our personnel, I'd be willing to surrender them to the courts. Second, on the investigation on the administrative side, you have already heard the Inspector General said his piece on the sequence of events that's going to undertake in order to file administrative case against the 9 policemen. Now, sir, I'd like to disabuse the minds of all those who are here today. Let us go on the intent of the committee. First, who triggered the shooting? Or probably, what triggered the first shot? Of course, that's iba yung appreciation, sir, pagdating sa criminal kasi based on evidence yun. But ako, for one, I interviewed these 9 policemen from Holo kasi I feel responsible being the father of the PNP and tried to put myself on their shoes. What was the prevailing atmosphere at those times on June 29? So meron silang kwento, tama yung sabi ni Senator Ontiveros, that there's a drug angle. No? Kaya kung makita nyo kanina, repeatedly, sinabi ni Mandangan na ayoko nang ma-ambush ulit. On June, an operation was conducted na akala nila is may mag-surrender. Pero parang ang conclusion nila na frame up sila. And then, may namatayan tayo ng police doon, who is a police lieutenant, the team leader of the Provincial Drug Enforcement Unit of Polo. And on that same incident, kasama ito si Mandangan. And Mandangan was even cornered. No? Good enough, dumating yung reinforcement, pero natamaan siya. So that was precisely, makita niyo yung expression ni Mandangan, ano yung sitwasyon at that time nakaharap niya doon yung ISU people. Anong nangyari before that? So merong angle na ganyan. No? So anyway, I don't need to elaborate on it. Pero ang sana ang isipin natin, merong ongoing also drug enforcement campaign ang Philippine National Police all throughout the country. And HULO is not exempted to this. That's why part of my directive to my lower units is to really come up with link diagrams of all those people who are involved, no? And tungkol dito sa drugs. And HULO is not exempted. There are drug pushers, there are drug users in HULO. So yun sana yung, kaya makita nyo kung bakit na-involve itong tatlong PDEO. Hadn't it come into your mind, bakit nandyan sila? Bakit of interest sila? Diba? Bakit? Kasi kung checkpoint lang yon, naghingi ng reinforcement, kung plain law enforcement yon, wala sanang hassle, no? Pero bakit nandoon si PDEU? Because they had some interest on those circumstances present on that day that happened. May interest din ng AFP. Meron kayong hinahanap na suicide bombers. No? That's why, sa conclusion dito sa lateral, as what has been concluded by the Joint Board of Inquiry, magaling tayo sa sulatan. No? Ang dami, since time pa ata ni Daipo, no? May maraming mga kasulatan nandito. Ang daming coordination, ang daming sulat. No? But sila na mismo sa BOI nagsabi na when it comes to tactical, require a different coordination. That's precisely the point why this thing happened. No? Now, yun yung lateral coordination. Now, second,
Mr. Chair.
Allow me to finish because it will answer your question a while.
Mr. Chair.
Did somebody push for this to happen? Did somebody dictate to the policemen, patayin niyo yung mga army? Immediately after that, nung incident, nag-usap kami ni Chief of Staff Santos. And there were speculations of like that. Anong ni-require sa akin ni Chief of Staff? Bok, kunin natin lahat ng cellphones nung Siyam para makita natin kung merong thread doon na talagang pinlano nila. Right away, the cell phones of these 9 people are in the custody of the crime laboratory for forensics. Because I also want to establish and free my mind that this is premeditated. Because they cannot excuse themselves pag nakita sa cellphone na pinag-usapan nila at pinlanuhan nila. But right away, we surrendered the cell phone of the 9 people upon the request of the Chief of Staff. All the firearms were also surrendered. Now, I don't know, kasi ang alam ko, wala ni isang firearm na nasa armed force, na galing sa armed forces, na napunta sa aming crime lab. Wala kaming hawak, no? Because the armed forces did not surrender it to the crime lab. For reasons maybe, as stated by Captain Aguirre, baka ASG, etc. So, okay, may excuse tayo bakit wala sa PNP. But these are material evidence also in the course of the criminal investigation of NBI. Diba? Although, narinig ko kanina, I don't know if it's right, that all the shells recovered were all accounted for PNP rifles. Well, that's on the criminal part. Now, again, probably last question, sir, is should we have more laws in protecting crime scene? Probably we should take a second look to that. No, that kasi ang warning ko lang sa lahat, the degree of proof that is required for a criminal conviction is proof beyond reasonable doubt. Once there is very simple, a very slight doubt in the course of the investigation, you may lose the entire case. And tampering a crime scene could be very material. I'm not telling that it's a good part of the defense, but it can affect. That's why the preservation of the crime scene is very important. Kahit nga sa drugs yung chain of custody pa lang, mabalik ka lang ng isa, wala na, acquitted na because the required proof is proof beyond reasonable doubt. Now, what are the innovations I did? Probably partly ito, yung sabi nga, 2 months na ito, wala pa ring administrative charge. When I sat down as officer in charge, on the usual 30-day pre-charge investigation, kasi sa PNP, pre-charge muna, there's probable cause, then you investigate. No? That's the time na mag-start yung role for an administrative case. Now, ang pre-charge ni-reduce ko from 30 days to 10 days. Gusto ko sana 5 days. Pero umangal talaga yung Directorate for Investigation. Sabi, hindi siya talaga pwede. Okay, 10 days. So that's a very good reduction in terms of number of days you're supposed to resolve a case on a pre-charge level. Ano pang ginawa nating iba? By law or by regulation, you're supposed to resolve administrative charges in 60 days. But that is, I said, the maximum. What is the minimum? 15 days. Kung magaling ka na summary hearing officer, actually you can rule upon an administrative charge for 15 days. So sabi ko, let's make the former minimum now the maximum. So now, in the PNP, you are supposed to resolve administrative charges in 15 days from the 60. So from the previous 90 days from pre-charge to actual hearing, we reduced it to 25. And that's the most that the PNP can do in terms of improving our administrative procedures. But again, on the criminal, ito na yung babalikan ko, sir. That the Philippine National Police, known din yan kay Chairman, we don't have the power to detain, no? Or even to place in custodial investigation our policemen. We cannot detain. Yung aming PNP detention cell, we cannot use that for the policemen. Not unless they are charged criminally. Why? Because ang powers lang ng Chief PNP is only restrictive custody. Ano ang sinasabi ng restrictive custody? Ilagay mo siya sa kampo, gwardiyahan, and when he goes out, he must be escorted. Yun lang ang kayang gawin ng Chief PNP based on the regulations that we have. So probably way forward on legislation, dati kasi may power ang Chief PNP to detain. In 6975, I think, but that has been removed since then. Pwedeng ibalik lang, no? So that meron ng powers ang kahit si Chief PNP lang and later pwedeng ma-delegate on the power to detain. So in the entire perspective of the committee's hearing, these are my points, sir, na we should ponder upon. And we hope that the chairperson, this honorable committee, would see that as an legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Before I recognize you, Senator Risa.
Salamat.
Yeah, please include that in your recommendations. Lalo-lalo na yung power ng Chief PNP to detain na according sa'yo, was present in 6975. Ibalik natin yan. Kasi unlike the AFP, you can detain your personnel book, right? Based on the articles of war, conduct and becoming of an officer, pwede ka agad na ikulong, di ba? So, kasi ang PNP sa civilian in nature. At 8551, tinanggal nga yung power to detain. So, ipakisama yan. Amista. Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator Risa?
Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair. Since nakapagparang summing up na si Chief PNP dun sa sabi nga nila, impressions nila sa hearing natin, could I please also ask the Armed Forces of the Philippines, yung summation din nila nung impressions nila sa buong incident na ito at pati na yung ating hearing, Mr. Chair, para ma-ponder upon din natin, committee members, yung kanilang perspective dito.
Thank you, thank you. I just would like to remind this committee. Matandaan ninyo kanina, tinanong ko yung crime lab. Bakit si Patrolman Mandangan na ang daming pinutok based on the recovered spent shells na per ballistic examination, nag-cross match doon sa kanyang baril. At siya mismo, inamin niya na pinutukan niya yung Montero. So, pero lumabas sa paraffin test na negative siya for gunpowder nitrates. Hindi rin malayo, I am not putting accusation doon sa namatay, na posible rin na wala sila, negative sila, pero posible rin na nakaputok sila. That's analogy lang ang gusto kong palabasin dito, na negative sila lahat. So ang assumption natin, pero Senator Risa, di ba, negative sila ng gunpowder nitrates, can we safely assume na hindi talaga sila pumutok ng baril? Itong si Patrolman Mandangan, pumutok ng maraming bala, pero nag-negative siya sa paraffin test. So inconclusive yung paraffin test as a means of determining whether or not he has fired his firearm. Yun lang, I just want to members of this committee regarding those technical aspects of this case.
Well, Mr. Chair, kahit po bilang isang sibilyan, matimbang yung binibigay kong bigat sa isang NBI report, kahit sa mga technical matters na iyon. So kung maaari, Mr. Chair, pwede ba nating marinig yung summing up din ng Armed Forces sa kanilang impressions sa incident na ito at sa ating ding hearing today, so that we can also ponder upon them, Mr. Chair?
Yes, do you have any? Okay, go ahead, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Senator Risa. Well, on our part, I've heard many speculations during the deliberation. There are a lot of speculations. That's why, on the part of the armed forces, we urge the immediate filing of murder, planting of evidence, and neglect of duty, as recommended by NBI to the proper courts immediately. We have been waiting for 2 months already, and justice delayed is justice denied. So we expect immediate filing of the recommendations, the charges found out by the NBI during their initial investigation. Then also, as apparent in the comments and observations of my colleague in the armed forces, we find this case as very unique. Ibang klase ito. Our coordinations with the PNP, if you would compare it in all areas nationwide, very effective. Nandiyan nga, minention na may JAPIC tayo, Joint AFP-PNP Intelligence Committee. Meron tayong, that is replicated down to the battalion, and even coordination between among our intel units is very close. Yung intel fusion natin, very effective. In other areas, ito lang, even sa SULU, for several years, okay naman tayo but for this particular operation, bakit ganito nangyari? There's something wrong here. That's why, if we file this in court, we are also hoping that the real motive, intent of the killing of the 4 army personnel should come out. The truth should come out. Nag-speculate tayo, may drug angle dyan. Okay, sige, baka nga may drug angle dyan. O baka may nasagasaan din yung tropa namin. Hindi natin alam. So those are pure speculation. O baka may nag-utos ka, natirahin niya, projectin nyo. So those are pure speculation, and that's why we are requesting that cases be filed in court para lumabas na yung totoo. Because we find this very unusual, very unique. Sa ibang area, effective, napakaganda ng samahan natin. And yung close coordination between the AP and PNP has produced significant accomplishments, not only against local terrorists, NPAs, but as well as the anti-criminality campaign natin, napakaganda. Ito lang talagang makakapagtaka. That's why we're also in a quandary by this. And lastly, with the indulgence of PNP, may we recommend that in crafting spot reports, let us be factual. Let's state just what happened and wala nang cover up or kasi in both cases Ragos and ito yung Hulo killing, sa spot report pa lang may ano na we find it misleading, full of inconsistencies. Kasi I myself, I was just commanding general of the Philippine Army. On the night of June 29, I asked my people and sabi nila, what really happened? Ba't ganyan nangyari? Yung inside account of what really happened. And there were also witnesses already that we interviewed. So we find the spot report fabricated, full of inconsistencies and misleading. So that's why right there and then we requested NBI to assist in the investigation because dun pa lang sa spot report, we are in the feeling that we want to get an impartial investigation out of this. So we thank NBI for that. So yun nga man, when we craft spot reports or all reports for that matter, let's be factual. Wag natin cover up or because that's not cover up misdeeds, violations or infractions of the law committed by any person, even AP, PNP or civilians. And they should be charged accordingly. And one more thing, and being law enforcers and persons in authority, that is an aggravating circumstance on our part when committed by PNP and AP personnel. So it is really an aggravating circumstance on our part. So, Mr. Chair, yun lang po, we're requesting for the immediate filing of the cases as recommended by NBI. And with that, we consider this unique. And we hope that the real motive and intent behind what happened would really surface in court as we go through the investigation. And we will request that in crafting of part reports and any report for that matter should be factual. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, General Gapay. You say unique, the situation is unique. I agree with you. This hearing is also very unique. The chairman is your classmate. The chief of staff of the AP, the number one man of AP is your classmate. The chief PNP is also your classmate.
Mr. Chair, your committee member is also a misstaff. That's why I feel so strongly about this, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Senator Ontiveros. Senator Risa Ontiveros also is our classmate. She's the wife of our late classmate, General Barakil. Kaya nga, I am wondering why, bakit nagkaganito. Very unfortunate. Bakit umantong sa ganito na we all belong to the same class. So, having said that, yung nga lang, I would like to follow up the statement of General Gapay to NBI na sana you can dig further, deeper into the motive of the case. Dahil nga, kung basihan mo yung katawan ng mga namatay, ang daming tama. Kung palagay natin, lang yung misencounter, ang daming tama, niindamo, pati sa likod.
Mr. Chair?
Parang may galit or what? I cannot, ako naman, speculation din itong akin. Dahil nga, binasihan ko lang yung nakita ko sa report ninyo, ang daming tama. Speculation ko sa akin, so dapat you can dig deeper.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, one last follow-up question.
Senator Ontiveros. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick follow-up dun sa closing statement ni Chief of Staff Gilbert Gapay. Ano pong ibig niyong sabihin dun sa cover-up?
So, Mr. Chair. So, when we read the spot report, we already have an overview of what really happened, the inside story. So, kagaya nung we find it really fantastic, unbelievable na tumakas yung sasakyan, nagkabulan, then flag down, bumaba, nagkatutukan yung apat, bumaba, nag-ground, then there was a firefight. Which encounter nga yung terminology. So we find that unbelievable because they know the identities of the people inside riding that vehicle. Checkpoint pa lang, alam na nila na tropa yun, military yun. And earlier on, alam din ang partners natin in the PNP na may ongoing operation. And based on the report of the NBI, talagang there's no firefight. And there was no provocation on the part of the 4 Army personnel, and no unlawful aggression. Then and there is an element of treachery. So really, we find it was a deliberate act. There was an intent to kill, although we really cannot ascertain the motive. But definitely there's an intent to kill. Nakita nyo na yung tama, nasa likod lahat eh. Diba kung bakbakan yan sa harap ng because our personnel knew na walang threat. Kasama natin ito, kabaro natin ito. Okay, pwede natin kausapin ito. That's why we find it very unique. That's why nung mabasa namin yung report, bakit ganito na nangyari? Parang may cover-up na self-defense, may angle na self-defense na bumawi lang kami dahil tinutukan kami, may mga baril din eh. So, but on the initial report of NBI, nakita naman natin yung which we find factual naman. So yung circumstantial would point to those elements of treachery, no provocation, and of course, no unlawful aggression on the part of our personnel. That's why we find the initial report as fabricated and full of inconsistencies and really misleading. That's why and also sa Ragos case, ganun din eh. Yung report, na may baril si Ragos, tapos binali na lang right there and then. So, ganun din, wala naman unlawful aggression on the part of that retired army personnel na may PTSD pa. And that would warrant shooting and killing right there and then. So, yun nga, sa spot report, ganun din. So, parang sa report pa lang, medyo questionable and there's apparent cover-up. That's why in both cases, we immediately sought the help of NBI dahil pag ganun na kasi ang report natin, there's doubt already that we will have an impartial investigation. So, and Mr. Chair, yun din, we find it, PNP would be investigating misdeeds of their own, parang minsan kasi nandun na rin yung opportunity and na magkaroon ng bias. So, yun na naman, Mr. Chair, we find because we really find those reports as fabricated and full of inconsistencies.
Yes, thank you, General Gapay.
Mr. Chair. Salamat sa Chief of Staff. I think, Mr. Chair, with those, yung pagsuma nilang dalawang institusyon, mas lalong naging malaman yung hearing natin and hopefully will be helpful and with the lead of the NBI report, of course, nag-groundbreak para sa atin dito and moving forward into the cases. Mr. Chair, may I just make a brief closing note?
Will it be okay with you kung pasalitahin mo natin si Atty. Pagatpat?
Of course, Mr. Chair.
Sige, thank you. Thank you. Please, Atty. Pagatpat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Admittedly, when we filed our recommendation before the of justice, we were not able to go down as to the identification of the motive, because we believe in the principle of law that when the culprits or the subjects are positively identified by credible witnesses and supported by other physical evidence, motive is not necessary for conviction. But in compliance to the order of the chairman, we will reopen the investigation, if only to determine the motive of the killing in this case. I would like also to thank the armed forces of the Philippines, particularly the Philippine Army, for trusting the National Bureau in the conduct of the coup, and also for the Philippine National Police for the unfettered investigation by the NBI. I would like to assure the public that the NBI, like any other self-respecting institution, will always perform its mandate without fear or favor. We are fully aware of our obligation to the nation, to the people, that we will investigate, render justice, and carry it out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Attorney Magatpat. Kaya nga, gusto kong establish talaga sa hearing na ito, what triggered the first shot? Bakit nagkaputukan? You know why? Para ma-establish kagad natin ang motive. Dahil may mga haka-haka na may previous grudge daw, nagalit na yung police dito sa mga operative, kaya talagang pinatay. So gusto kong klaruhin para ma-establish natin sinong unang pumutok at bakit siya nagpaputok. Kaya tinanong ko si Mandangan kanina, who is supposedly the first one who fired the first shot. Kasi ang motive kasi is pwedeng imputed, pwedeng totoo. Kasi kung ako, nag-retired ako na police. Not for the defense of this policeman. Ako lang, may objective na pagtingin sa situation. Itong mga pulis na ito, napatayin yung mga sundalo sa loob ng sasakyan. Doon pa lang, sa checkpoint, pagharang nila, niratrat na nila yun. Niratrat na nila yun. Hindi na nila dadalhin sa police station. Bakit pa nila dadalhin sa police station para doon patayin? Hindi naman siguro ganun ang mag-isip ang police. Patayin mo yung mga tao, dadalhin mo pa sa police station, doon mo na pinatay sa kalsada. Di ba? Kaya nga tinatanong ko, bakit nagkaputukan doon na sa crime scene? Dahil nga, in the first place, yung kung wala yung spirit of cordiality ninyo, nung nagsabi na tropa, inibitahan niyo sa estasyon, dapat kung hindi talaga kayo naniwala doon, dinisarmahan niyo doon. Kinuli na niyo, disarmahan niyo, kinula ng armas bago nila sa estasyon. Pero inibitahan niyo sa estasyon. Ako, this is just my honest objective na pagtingin ha. Kung may plano itong mga pulis na patayin talaga yung mga sundalo na yun, doon pa lang sa checkpoint para ma-justify na nila pagpatay. Niratratan nila yun doon. Hindi mo nadali sa station. Dahil pag dinala mo sa station, napakalaking investigation yan kung doon mo patayin sa station. Kung meron kang intensyon na patayin. Yun lang. That's my honest lang being a retired policeman. Yung akin lang thoughts lang. Kaya gusto ko talaga ma-establish yung first shot. What triggered the first shot? Kasi after the first shot, we are all operatives. Lahat tayo. Matagal tayo sa field. Alam natin yan, after the first shot, hindi mo na masabi yung command and control na, ceasefire! Kayo muna dyan. Dito, hinto ko na. Wala na. Kahit anong blame mo sa team leader, ito si Pajiri. Sabihin ko sa iyo, ikaw team leader, dapat may command and control ka. Doon sa enkwentro na yun, hindi mo na masabi yan pag may isa pumutok. Ratrata na yan, bakbakan na yan. Kaya nga gusto kong establish sino nag-fire ng first shot. Kasi that led to everything. Kaya namatay yung apat dahil nung unang pumutok na yan. Yun lang sa akin. I just want to, para ang motive, klaruhin natin yung motive, para hindi ito, this is not in the defense of the policemen. Sa akin lang, sharing my own objective na pagtingin, kung may intensyon ka talagang patayin yung Pero yun nga lang, may intensyon kang papatayin, doon na sa checkpoint, nirat-rat mo na yun. Pero ito nga lang, bakit maraming tama afterwards? Yung nga, puro likod pa ang tama. Yun ang mga dapat masitil natin ito ngayon. Rat-rata na, tumba. Bakit pa mandangan? Bakit mo tiwasan yung natumba na si Major Indamo? Ang tama, dito sa likod, natumba na. According to the witness, tinira mo pa. So, that's something to be, kaya magda-doubt yung tao. Bakit ganun? Sa daming tama nila sa katawan. You want to say something? Mandangan? Bakit ang daming tama niya? Inamin mo man na ikaw yung paputok. Anong masabi mo? Bakit ang daming tama? Well,
Your Honor, ko muna masasagot yung tanong mo, Your Honor.
ang tanong ko is, bakit, according to the witness, tumba na si Major Indamog, tinamaan na nung nakapiksilize na pulis sa gilid na bumaril sa kanya, tumba na si Indamog, gumagapang lang, nakita niya na ikaw naka-t-shirt ka na puti, may finishing shots ka pa, tinira mo sa likod si Major Indamog. Sa likod, that can be proven through the autopsy report. Puro likod ang tama.
Wala
Sige
po.
nga.
Wala po, wala.
Hindi mo binaril? Yung natumba na?
Hindi na, Your Honor.
Hindi na?
Opo.
Well, sinabi yan ng witness. Sinabi yan ng witness. 4. Tsaka, naintindihan kita na ikaw yung masyadong parang agresibo sa trabaho na yon, kayong mga taga-PDEO, dahil kayo nga, pakiramdam niyo, kayo ang minumonitor ng mga army, dahil doon sa malapit sa bahay ninyo, nakikita niyo yung Montero na van na yon. Kaya alam ko yung feeling mo, pero hindi pa rin justified na barilin yung mga tao. There's no, according to the Chief of Staff, there was no unlawful aggression. Bakit niyo binaril? But anyway, you stand by your statement na pagbaba, may dala-dalang impor. Nakita rin naman doon na may baril doon. And, it has to be proven in court. Pero pag na-prove yan ng court, tapos prove yan na nag-lie ka dito, may liability ka pa rin namin dito sa committee ito. Dito sa Senado. Sa akin lang, is just to be fair with you. Sinabihan na kita, winarningan na kita daan. Winarningan na kita in advance. Okay?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Senator Risa.
Salamat kay Mr. Chair. Follow-up question po kay Attorney Pagatpat ng NBI. Attorney, na-investigate nyo rin po ba yung allegations? Binanggit din po ni Sec. Anyo sa The Source. Allegations po ng CCTV tampering, considering wala pong actual clip nung shooting. At na-identify na po ba yung person in charge doon sa CCTV?
Well, my impression doon sa CCTV, no, Senator Riza, was that hindi ako nagsususpect ng tampering. Kasi yung nakakuha doon na nakakuha doon sa later na after the encounter, minamaneuver na nila yung rotating camera na itutok doon. But before nangyari yun, iba ang portion na nakukover. Kaya nga sabi nila, dead spot. Kung makita mo yung nandito may NBI, yung sinabi ng mga operator ng CCTV na City Hall ng Hulo. Dead spot. So, can you elaborate on that, Attorney Gamo, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, after we comment on the CCTV footage, would we be given the chance to explain or comment on the alleged tampering of the crime scene? Because we also have observations and findings as regards that allegation.
Go ahead.
Please, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
As regards the CCTV, ma'am, the PTZ1, we did not find any tampering as regards to CCTV footage. In fact, we were able to take the statement of the operator of the CCTV footage. So at first, at the outset, the CCTV camera was actually pointed toward the junction. Kasi po, ito po yung daanan ng mga sasakyan. So initially, it was pointed to that area. And then later on, when the operator heard gunshots coming from dito nga po sa tapat ng BFP, that was the time that it was panned or turned. However, up to that, tapos na. Tapos, sir. Because if you take a look at the report of the National Bureau of Investigation, it only took seconds na mangyari ang shooting incident. Precisely nung marinig nga po yung putok at napan na po yung CCTV camera, ay tapos na po. Ang makikita niyo na lang po doon na sa CCTV footage ay yung palakad-lakad ng mga members ng police, ng Philippine National Police. At noong afterwards, dumating ang mga miyembro ng Philippine Army. Yun na lang po ang nakikita doon. But the active shooting, no. And as to the allegation of tampering of the CCTV footage, we do not believe there was.
Alright. Thank you, Attorney Gamot. Salamat kay Mr. Chair.
Yes, General Gamboa.
Although I'm not allowed to ask questions because these are strict parliamentary rules, I've also learned or just heard that those who are manning the operation center in the Hulo Municipal Operation Center, wherein PNP and AFP personnel may be found in that operation center. Just an information, Mr.
Noted, General Gamboa. Thank you very much. Please, Attorney Triangulo.
Yes, sir. That's the possible tampering of the CCTV camera, sir. That is one of the directives coming from the BOI of the PNP to the Social Audit Team headed by General Acorda to subject the CCTV footage to examinations to our cybercrime in order to detect if there is tampering. And another also is to look a person who first upload that CCTV footage on the social media. Baka meron po siyang baka meron siyang sariling kuha na doon, lalo na doon sa pangyayari. But the report said negative ang tampering ayon sa examination. And second, yung pinapublish sa social media is also coming from the yung CCTV na manned by the
So we have to wind up. Before we wind up, General Coronel, if you have something to say.
No, sir, I don't have anything to say other than what has already been earlier stated by the Chief PNP. Like the Armed Forces of the Philippines, we're also looking forward to see that justice be done in this particular case because it involves both personnel from the AFP and the PNP. Fully cooperate. That's all, sir.
Thank you. About the RD of PRO Bar, General Abo.
Thank you very much, sir. First and foremost, sir, I would like to reiterate our deepest sympathy and condolences and apology to the family, to the AFP hierarchy, to the PMAAA. Because as a PMAR, sir, it's very hurting for me that two of our underclassmen were killed in that unfortunate incident. As a police officer, it's also very hard to inform me that two of our enlisted personnel, supposedly our comrades in arms, were also killed in that fateful day. And please also understand that my situation, that I, as the regional director of PRO Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, is also my responsibility over my people. So with that, sir, I think that the PNP and the AFP should have a better coordination. And as a matter of fact, upon receipt of your memo, that we have to submit our position for this particular incident in aid of legislation. And I have prepared my presentation, sir, for better understanding, appreciation, and elucidation on this particular incident, sir. If I may, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sir.
Go ahead. Andyan ba? Meron din yan? Paki-play. Gaano kahaba yan?
I'll be presenting to you the details of this incident and the position of Police Regional Office of Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in some issues there. Next slide. Shown on the screen is the sequence of 5% facts of the case, chronology of events, notable statement from source persons during the joint AFP-PNP board of inquiry conducted last July 7 to 10, 2020 at SULU. Lessons learned from the incident and the position of Filipino PNP proper and our recommendation. Next slide. Shown in this slide is the facts of the case that at about 40 p.m. of June 29, 2020, shooting incident transpired at the vicinity of City Marina, Barangay Wall City, SULU, between the personnel of MPS and members of provincial drug enforcement unit of SULU and members of the forces of the Philippines that resulted in the death of 4 members of the latter who were allegedly conducting intelligence operation in the area.
We know already all the facts, the case.
Yes, sir.
Diretso ka na sa yung hindi natin na-take update. Kaya pagkitin mo na lang yung importante na hindi natin.
Okay, sir. In the chronology of events, shown on the screen is this slide. Next slide. Chronology of events. So, June 29, about 2 in the afternoon, Police Captain Cursino received a telephone call from Patrolman Mandangan stating that Patrolman Jirudin, residing at Barangay Busbus, was informed by his uncle at the Gray Montero near checkpoint 1 at Barangay Busbus. A picture of the Montero was taken by the uncle of Patrolman Jirudin. Patrolman Jirudin described the Gray Montero. Patrolman Mandangan informed Police Captain Cursino that it was the same SUV that was seen at Barangay Chinese Square on June 26, 2020, also parked near his house. Then Police Captain Cursino instructed this man to coordinate with the law PS for assistance. On that same day, Patrolman Mandangan went to Holo MPS. It was Police Senior Master Sergeant Ajiri, team leader, together with his team, who assisted Patrolman Mandangan and Patrolman Patalan in accosting the Gray Montero Barangay Busbus. The team boarded the police car and went to the information place. The gray SUV was accosted at the checkpoint, while Patrolman Mandangan approached the Gray Montero. The occupants of the Gray Montero, particularly the front passenger side
rolled down the window and informed that Patrolman Mandangan that they were tropa. But when asked to present ID or identification card, they did not present any identification card. Then Police Sergeant, Senior Master Sergeant Pajiri approached the Grey Montero and said, "You cannot present the ID and if you are really tropa, the police station na lang tayo mag-usap." After which, the Grey Montero and the police mobile headed to SULU and PX. The police mobile tailing the Grey Montero subsequently stopped. That light. In the police station. However, SULU and PX, Montero is better and drove straight towards Martinez Street, Barangay San Raimundo, SULU. This prompted the PNP personnel to chase the latter. The passenger alighted from the SUV, lifted and pointed the firearms toward the PNP personnel. Normal human instinct under the doctrine of self-preservation engulfed the PNP personnel in under imminent danger. Under imminent danger, the latter shoot in defense of themselves that resulted in the death of the four, later identified to be members of the armed forces of the Philippines. Next slide. This slide shows the statement of Captain Rico Tagure, armed forces of the Philippines, and Major Arnold Marcos. Rico Tagure, he and his companion had taken the firearms of died AAP members in the crime scene. Major Arnold Marcos said when he was asked on what to do in cases where they are hosted by PNP personnel, he answered, "In those cases, we need to break cover. We need to break cover." He also mentioned that pag hinuli, kusa lang sumasama sa police station. Next slide. The slide shows the statement of Colonel Antonio Bautista Jr., Armed Forces of the Philippines, Police Colonel Michael Payan, the officer in charge of SULU PPO. Colonel Bautista, the chairman of the Metro Holo Task Group, and the commander of Red Arrow Interagency Task Group, admitted that he only knew the operation of Grey Montero after that unfortunate incident. Police Colonel Bawayan, the PDF SULU.
Sandali, klaro natin ito, sinabi mo ito. Totoo ito, Colonel Bautista?
Bautista, sir.
Ha? Saan mo nakuha ito statement ito niya?
It's the result of joint inquiry, sir.
Ha?
Result of the joint inquiry.
Result of the joint
Yes, sir.
inquiry?
Yes, sir.
So, ikaw, dinay mo?
Conducted last July 7 to 10.
Sige, papakinggan mo natin. Ano? Okay.
Colonel Bawayan mentioned.
Sandali. Pasagutin mo natin si Bautista.
Sir, I think that was a misquoted statement, sir. What we mentioned in the joint inquiry, we normally don't see actual intel operation because it's an intel operation. But we knew that we have Montero doing the UMIN and TechMin for us. But that statement, I don't agree with that statement.
Okay. Sino kumuha ito? Yung BOI? From the Board of Inquiry ito?
No, sir. The joint APPNP Board of Inquiry was conducted by General Acorda from June 7.
Okay, go ahead.
Colonel Bawayan, PDF SULU mentioned that he conducted some inquiries with some informants and gathered that there was arrogance on the part of the occupants of the Grey Montero when they were flagged down and disposed to SULU at the PNP checkpoint. And on that, sir, so that they will not have that confrontation in the street, the leader invited them to go with them to the police station so that the proper identification will be talked about or in the police station. Will be discussed in the police station. Next slide. This slide shows the additional statements of Police Colonel Wayan, King of SULU, and father said that the presented the matrix linking Corporal Abdal Sula, one of the AP personnel resident, to a drug syndicate. Accordingly, they came to know about the link of Corporal Asula when they were able to know the names of the four victims. Several relatives of Corporal Asula were arrested, some were killed by PDEU personnel in the conduct of our anti-illegal drug operation earlier this year, sir. And as a matter of fact,
May mga pangalan kayo? Ilan yun? Ilan relatives niya?
brother of Corporal Asula was killed.
Brother?
Yes, sir.
Father?
Brother.
Brother. Ano ba?
Corporal Asula was killed by our PDEU personnel last March 14 operation conducted by the
March 14 of this year.
Yes, before my arrival, because I was assigned there just last March 18, 4 days before my arrival.
Okay.
Next. Lessons learned from the incident. The proper coordination is the key to prevent any similar blood incidents, as you said, sir. And that's also our observation. The use of informants or assets, interrogatory records, as well as hot cars or carnap vehicles in the operation shall be discovered to prevent misunderstanding with other law enforcement agencies. And as to the position of the PNP personnel,
Sandali, bakit mo nasabi hot car? You mean to say, yung puntero na yun, hot car yun? Yung gamit nila?
sir, the question on the ownership of the vehicle use is still under question.
Kanino pala yung sakyan? Hindi rin organic ng issue. Sino ba nga issue dito?
I would suggest, sir, that the FBI should check on this on their deeper investigation on this.
Sige, go ahead.
And as to the position of our PRO, of the Wasam PRO bar in some notable issues, letter A, crime scene was contaminated by the responding AFP personnel, and even taking some pieces of evidence therein, such as firearms, communication equipment, personal belongings, and others, that greatly affects the credibility of the result of the crime scene processing and investigation.
Sagutin kita dyan. Alam mo, bakit nagkaganon? Dahil nga, walang pulis na nagkukontrol sa crime scene. Hindi mo indordod yung crime scene, which is automatic.
Sir, our people did not leave any. They just took over because galit na galit, sir, yung mga responding personnel. Kung nagkaroon lang sila puputok-tok kahit...
Sino hindi magalit? Sino hindi magalit? Patay yung kasama ng apat eh. So galit na galit talaga dating doon. Pero sana kung may nag-control doon sa... ilang steps lang yun galing sa police station? Ilang meters?
About 60 meters, sir.
50 meters?
60.
Ha?
60, sir.
60 meters. Oh, dali lang tumakbo yung mga tao ng police station doon yung area para ma-preserve yung crime scene. Pinabayaan ninyo.
Considering the number of the army, sir.
Well, anyway, we can consider that. But sige, continue.
Yes, sir. That discounted allegation that the PNP personnel had planted the evidence in the crime scene. Oh, we have a video clip on that. Another lesson learned is that the incident is not murder or rape, as claimed by some quarters, but a legitimate police operation that resulted in an armed encounter. This is a result of the Rias Para reporter conducted last July 8. If there is an intent to kill, why the police operatives are wearing police uniforms and were using marked vehicle in a broad daylight in the center of Policemen? Letter C. Had there been proper coordination on the part of the PNP or the AFP rather, the territorial police units, or in the area, the said incident would have been avoided. Next slide. Adjournment is the recommendation. Next slide. For consideration of this honorable committee, sir. A, the passage of a law on mandatory coordination and all operation to the territorial PNP units within the area of preparation and corresponding penalty for failure to adhere therein. And letter B, the crafting of standard operating procedures between the PNP, AFP, and other law enforcement agencies on the conduct of coordination to prevent any similar incident, toward incidents in the future. So, sir, there should be timely coordination. That is my presentation, sir. God bless us all.
Maraming salamat. Thank you for that presentation. Well, we were advised by General Gapay would like to respond, please.
Just objection or some clarification on the report. There are some inconsistencies also on the report. That is the report of a program, right? Which you headed. Okay, and there's also a report jointly by the BOI, by the PNP and the AFP, which we are ready to present to really point out some inconsistencies presented by Manuel Abu, Police Brigadier General Manuel Abu. So, yun nga, sabi ko kanina, Mr. Chair, there are some speculations here and, conflicting reports, inconsistencies, and that's why we really have to file this in court so that all these speculations should be ironed out. And if you'll be given a chance to also present. Ito na yung joint BOI ng PNP and the AFP and Mr. Chair, if
can we make it just brief kasi mag-2 o'clock na. Pag-present na lang, please i-play niyo. We're only given up to 2 o'clock dahil mag-rearrange itong session hall for the 3 o'clock session. Yung impupalambok, yung mga salient points lang. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
Mr. Chair, while waiting for the presentation to be ready, would NBI be given the opportunity to explain its findings as regards the alleged tampering in the crime scene?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, po. Sir, let's start with the fact that at about 2:29, all the involved police officers actually left the crime scene because that can be found in the CCTV footage. 2:29. And then 4 minutes thereafter, members of the Philippine Army did arrive at the area. Well, according to them, their impression was that members of the ASG killed the members of the Philippine Army, precisely why they secured some equipment and firearms therefrom. Sir, for the information of this honorable committee, the 3 firearms were actually surrendered to the National Bureau of Investigation for examination. The Remington, the Glock 17, and 1 Uzi, sir. However, sir, since the experts in firearms identification and cross-matching found that none of the fired cartridges taken from or recovered from the crime scene and the body of Major Indamog matched with the firearms of the members of the Philippine Army, the test that was performed for these 3 firearms was serviceability, sir. Because, again, sir, if I may, all the 35.56 fired cartridges taken from the crime scene, 1 deformed bullet, 1 jacket, 5.56, and 4 9mm matched with the firearms of the members of the Philippine National Police and none with the Philippine Army. Now we go to the fired cartridges, sir, because at some point in the course of the investigation, there was an allegation that fired cartridges were recovered by the members of the Philippine Army. However, in the course of the investigation of the Bureau, sir, we found out that according to the BFP PTZ cameras starting from 3/18/26 onwards, you can find a member of the SOCO personnel, SOCO sir, collecting pieces of fired cartridges from the right side of the Montero without and placing it inside a Ziploc plastic bag without any marking. So let it be emphasized, sir, that the Bureau found out and observed such a doing of a member of the SOCO, sir.
Attorney,
Yes, sir.
may I know kung yung sinasabi mo na pinulot ng SOCO na nilagay sa Ziploc,
yes, sir.
Was that included in the evidence na pinrasis? Kasama doon sa na-process na ballistic sa examination?
Sir, emphasize ko po na sa una pong report ng SOCO, in their initial report, they only indicated 15 fired cartridges. That excludes, sir, the 18 fired cartridges, which I said were collected by a member of the SOCO and placed inside a Ziploc. However, in their previous report, in their subsequent report, sir, naisali na po yung 18 na yan. Ang makikita niyo po dun sa unang report, may nakamarking po silang 1 to 15 na fired cartridges. Absent the 18 na sinasabi ko, sir, na later can be found also in their report.
Okay.
For purposes ng tanong niyo po, kung naiprocess po itong mga bullets na fired cartridges na ito, opo, na cross-match po ito lahat ng Bureau. That's why we were able to issue a statement on the 34 fired cartridges, sir.
Okay, thank you.
May be allowed to speak, Mr. Chair, for clarification, for
Yeah,
further
right.
information.
Tapos ka na, attorney?
No, sir.
Si Attorney Tremulo ay Attorney Digaw mo, tapos ka na?
Yes, sir.
Sige. Okay.
No, sir. Not yet, sir.
Sige.
Kasi naging importante po kasi siyang issue as regards tampering of the crime scene. Kaya po minabuti po ng Bureau na malaman kung ano nga pong nangyari doon sa sinasabing baril at mga fired cartridges. So yun nga po, nasa report naman po namin yan at na-emphasize naman po namin ang resulta ng investigasyon as regards to that alleged tampering in the crime scene.
Thank you. Meron pa? Attorney Tremulo?
With regards to your question to Police Brigadier General Abu, sir, regarding the statement of the Colonel Antonio Bautista that he saw for the first time after the shooting incident of the subject Montero. It is stated, sir, in the BOI report, which was crafted jointly by the PNP and AP. Page 27, sir, small letter O, it states there, sir, sa last sentence ng sa report, he further narrated that he saw the Montero issue for the first time when he responded to the shooting scene after the incident. That is the report, sir, to BOI.
Do you concur, Colonel Bautista? That's coming from your BOI.
Sir, my statement a while ago that I was misquoted. What I was referring there in that statement, that I know of the intel operation doing by our troops, but we don't know what, because 9 ISU are not under directly to me in a day-to-day because they are only attached to me for the intelligence. That my statement in the joint board of inquiry was that was my first time to saw the tech ban, that Montero, but not the intel operation.
Yeah, okay nga. It's referring to the Montero yun ang sinasabi ng BOI report di ba? So that is true. You concur that the first time yung nakita after the accident yung Montero na yun, the tech ban.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Sandali lang, Senator Risa.
Yes, sir.
Pula kay Colonel Bautista.
Sir, my statement, I saw the Montero on that incident, but what was mentioned in the report of General Abu, operation of the Montero. I know the operation of the Montero, but seeing that Montero was my first time. That's two different things.
Seeing that Montero was the first time.
Yes, but I know the operation of that Montero.
You know the operation of Montero, pero hindi mo nakita. Pero first time mo nakita, doon na sa insidente na yon.
Yes, sir. But I know of the
Operation.
operation of that Montero.
Dapat kinlaro mo doon sa statement mo sa BOI para hindi ka ma-misquote. But yun, anyway,
Because I was the one instructing the intel monitoring using that Montero. But that was my first time to saw that Montero.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Risa.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. Just my brief last note for this afternoon. Huwag po nating payagan ang anumang cover-up sa ginawa ng ilang miyembro ng PNP sa Armed Forces sa Holo. Sorry po talaga, pero mukha talagang premeditated ang ginawang pagpatay. Otherwise, Mr. Chair, this whole thing simply doesn't make sense. I have a feeling that there are pieces of the puzzle we don't know. We still do not know the intent or the motive of the killing. We have the when, where, how, some of the who, kasi halimbawa yung nakapula na sa video mukha namang mas matangkad kesa kay mas matangkad kay Patrolman Mandangan kesa kay Police Staff Sergeant Susulan na nandyan ngayon kasama natin. So magdududa talaga ang tao, bakit parang may iba, may mali. So we know some of the who, Mr. Chairman, but not the why. Hanggat di natin alam ang sagot sa why, hindi natin mabubuo ang kumpletong picture. At baka maulit pa ito. Who called the shots and why? We need the answers. And lastly, Mr. Chair, dahil nagde-deserve ng answers yung mga magulang ni Major Indamog na nagsabing yung asawa niya at anak nila ay nasa Kalinga pa, nagde-deserve ng sagot yung a few months pa lang na bride, asawa ni Captain Managelod, nagde-deserve ng sagot ang asawa at mga anak at mga magulang ni Sergeant Velasco, nagde-deserve din ng sagot yung pamilya ni Corporal Asula na kanina lang ay binabansagan pa ng isang krimen.
Salamat. Senator Risa, tayong lahat ay nagde-deserve ng sagot.
Exactly, Mr. Chair. Dagang salamat.
Lahat tayo gusto ng sagot na yan. But anyway, since 2 o'clock na, pinapaalis na tayo dito ng USAA dahil submit mo na lang.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Chair, anyway, it has been noted by
nasa akin na yung
joint report of the APPNP.
Yeah, meron na sa akin. So I can share with it sa buong committee. Salamat ha. Pasensya ka na kung hindi na kita pagbigyan dahil pinapaalis na tayo. Maraming salamat. So to wrap up everything, here are some proposed policy legislation na nakikita natin na pwede nating to work on for further study of the committee. Number 1 is higher penalty for government officials and employees violating Presidential Decree number 1829, penalizing obstruction, apprehension, and prosecution of criminal offenders. Current penalty is prison correctional in its maximum period 4 years and 1 day to 6 years. New penalty, prison mayor in its minimum period 6 years and 1 day to 8 years. Number 2, institutionalization of mandatory coordination of operating units of PNP, AFP, and other law enforcement agencies. Ito talaga, I cannot underscore the importance of this. Kailangan talaga natin itong gawin. Consultation with law enforcement agencies on the drafting of the bill to ensure the incorporation of the established practices. Nasasabi ko sa iyo kanina, please submit PNP. Possible Number 3, possible amendment to RA 8551 by providing rules of engagement and coordination to be done by PNP with other government agencies and military. Sama mo na dyan yung pagbabalik ng power to detain by the Chief PNP. Number 4, possible amendment to Article 208 of the revised penal code by increasing penalty on dereliction of duty regarding prosecution of cases among law enforcement officers. Number 5, possible new law institutionalizing criminal investigation manual of PNP. So far, ito pang naisip namin. I hope that the AFP and the PNP will submit your recommendations para natin ito ma-institutionalize itong lahat ng gusto natin mangyayari. So from here, I think wala nang magsasalita kasi wala na tayong oras. Gusto na ako magpapasalamat sa inyo, sa NBI, for your patience, for your patience sa paghintay dito ng mahabang oras, for your very professional conduct of your investigation. Although nagkukulang nga lang dahil hindi nagbigay ang side ng PNP, but nevertheless, Attorney Zulaika Digamo, thank you for your very efficient handling of the case. Salamat sa inyong investigasyon. Sa inyong lahat, Attorney Pagatpat, Attorney Normando Aniri, and Attorney Kalob. Sa Armed Forces naman, maraming salamat sa inyong pagdating at alam kong sakit pa rin kalooban ninyo, but time will heal. Time will heal, I hope. And sa PNP naman, maraming salamat. Lalong-lalo na dinala mo yung siyam na mga ating mga resource speakers na /accused. So thank you for coming. General Abo, relax ka lang. Mag-report ka kay General Gapay. Ha? Mag-report ka kay General Gapay. Text mo na. Mag-report ka. Dalawa yung operators mo to. Si General Binloano. Ha? Malakas mga ata yan. Mga ata ng playbo. Ate lang yun. Thank you sa inyong pagdating at I hope naliwanagan tayo dito. Although there are still conflicting statements, we are not a court of law to determine culpability dito talaga dahil sa atin dito is we are our primary objective is to establish policy considerations para to avoid the same incidents to happen in the future. So yun lang natin dito. So again, maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. And with that, Senator Risa, pwede ko nang i-adjourn?
Pwede, Chair. Salamat kaayo.
Maraming salamat. So this hearing is hereby adjourned.